It is our 2019 video party. I'm so glad to be with you tonight, and I think we're going to have a great time. And I have a special guest, first guest of the evening, our assistant producer, Maddie. Maddie, welcome. Happy Halloween.
Thank you. Happy Halloween.
It should be a lot of fun. And hopefully, we'll get more and more listeners. We've got some great guests coming up. I'm not going to say who they are. I'm just going to say there's some great guests that we've had on the show in the past. And, Maddie, it's funny because I'm having a little trouble talking. I've recently grown a set of fangs, and it makes it a little tough to talk.
I imagine.
So we're going to have some trivia. We've already got, oh man, the ticker is going up. People are joining. As I said, we already have 43 live viewers, and it's just going up and up and up. So good to have you all with us. A couple things. We're going to do a number of things tonight. Now, you'll have the opportunity to join us via video. And to do that, what we'll do is we'll share out a link for that. And Maddie, I don't know if you can share that link out in Facebook possibly for us. Do you have that link, the link for everybody to join via video, the one that you joined with, correct?
I do have that link. Just let me
If you
copy
can
it.
share that to the video, maybe in the comments on my Facebook page, my Facebook profile, and then in the virtual campfire group, and people can join as well. And I will tweet it out as well a little bit later so people can join us and also have an opportunity to win some prizes. We're going to do a couple of trivia questions every hour. I think we're going to have several winners, hopefully, if people can answer the trivia. And let's see. And we'll have costume contest in the sense that if you come on with a contest, you will be entered into a drawing for a very special opportunity to win some neat prizes. We'll be giving away things like campfire books, Kindle copies of my campfire books. We'll be giving away campfire t-shirts, Maddie. You know, those new t-shirts that we have. We'll be giving
I
some of
have
those
two.
away. There you go. Some free months of Parabox. You've heard them on the Paranormal Podcast. Our very talented artist and moderator over at the Virtual Campfire Group, Chris Miners, has written a children's book. It's beautiful. It's called Hornbeam Hollow, and we're going to give away some copies of that. And we're going to have a lot of fun. So hopefully you'll be able to join us and do that. So, Maddie, let me know when you've got those shared out so we know that people can join. We will have in the comments a video link so you can actually join. And I'm sorry I'm catching Maddie off guard with this. I
Uh,
was getting back from the cave and I had to have a little snack. I was running a little late.
there it is.
So good to see everybody. Oh, this is exciting. This is exciting. Ah, the last time I remember being this excited, there was a good neck to bite into. No, I'm just kidding. Um, hmm, okay. Well, so folks, when you see that link in the comments, feel free to join in. We could do our first trivia question once we have somebody in there. Of course, use good decorum, and because you will be on live video, so we don't want to catch anybody unaware, but that'll be an opportunity to come on live video, talk to us, and also play into the contest. Let's look at some comments here. Let's see. Naomi is from the UK and she's here. Hello, Naomi. Hey, Douglas. Good to see you. Brenda. Hey, Brenda. Good to see you. Let's see. Rosin, it's midnight in the UK. Good to see you. Christy says, hi there. I caught you before I left. Hi, Jim. Hey, Maddie. I have my costume on. Ooh, cool, Christy. Now, I was recently on Christy's show. I don't think it's been released yet. Hi, Sandy. Good to see you. One of our all-time favorites. I wonder if she'll be on video, maybe with a costume. Who knows? Hobbs says, Duncan in South Florida here. Happy spooky show. Let's see. A Cup says hello from Twitter. Ghoulish Maria, she loves the costumes. Now, I just lost a fang.
That's amazing.
So explain to people, Maddie, what you are tonight.
Well, as I said to Jim earlier, I was originally meant to be a fertility spirit, but it kind of turned to goth deer. So I'm a goth deer now.
This
That's
is
what I'm
funny.
going with.
Christy says her episode with me, Radiate Your Wellness, I believe it is, will come out on Tuesday. So look for that. Anna says, nice costume, Jim. Thank you, Anna. Appreciate it. Aco, biting on a long nut causes fang loss. Yeah, see? See, that's what it is. I had a little too much to snack on before we started here. Let's see. Laura says, hello from Minnesota. Hello. Michael is in the green room and we would add him in, but there's no video stream. Oh, someone said in the virtual campfire group. And if you're in a virtual campfire group, maybe put your name in there first because you're not even getting to see my neat little medal. Look at that. Gotta get that back in the frame.
I always wonder where Dracula got for that medal.
Yeah. But if you're in a Facebook group, put your name first in the comment because the way groups are set up, it's hard to do that. It's very frustrating for us vampires, the way that Facebook runs groups. Debbie. Hi, Jim and Maddie from Debbie in Las Vegas. I lost the bet with my hubby that you'd be Elvis. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm not seeing a link yet to video. Maddie, is that in the comments?
It's not because it's slowing down my computer every time I tried to open it because it plays both at once. So I have to do that, boss.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Well, here's what I'm going to do. I am going to take a little moment here and do that. Let me see if I can get into Facebook to do that sort of thing. And if it'll, I see what it's doing here. So you get to see Jim work on his phone a little bit here while we do that. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to do a little magic. We're going to put that into the comments. All right. Now, so look at the Facebook comments, folks, and you will shortly see, hopefully, a comment there. And we're going to turn that down so it doesn't, okay, paste. Okay, we're getting into more of the rooms here. Okay. It's on my personal. Now we're going to put on the Jim Harold page. And this will be in the comments of the video. So please do look for it. Mm-hmm. And we'll just pop that in the comments. That's on the page. Now we'll do it in the virtual group. All right. Bear with me a minute, folks. We're just getting it into the virtual group. This is so you all can join and be able to be a part because we would love to do that. Shortly, we have a guest coming up about 7:10. So in a couple minutes here, she'll be showing up. But we'll do this and all right, everybody. That's in all three Facebooks. And I think Sandy might be joining us. Let's see. We'll do this. Sandy, hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Nice to see you. You made it. Well, I like the Facebooks. And I think Sandy might be joining us. Let's see. Oh, you're getting feedback. We're getting feedback, Sandy.
You know what happens?
What happened?
If you have your Facebook open when you go into SteamYard.
Oh, yeah, sure. So, yeah, that creates feedback. So how are you tonight, Sandy?
I'm very good. You know, I don't understand it because I'm pretty old, but I grew a foot over the past.
There you go. Well, maybe you've been around a nuclear plant or something.
Well, I'm in California, so yeah, that is possible.
The rolling blackouts. I just heard about that on the news. So there you go. Well, it looks like you really got a spooky setup there.
Yeah, I did this for you, Jim, because
thank you.
It's too hot to really wear makeup or a mask. It's like in California. So this is what you're getting, baby. But like I broke out black lights and
wow, I like your skeletons. They like glow in the dark.
Yeah, baby, I got black lights.
Very nice, very nice, very nice. I like it.
How you doing, Maddie?
I'm great.
You're corny.
Yeah, I'm sure everybody else thought that too.
I'm going to show the link here. This is the link to join, everybody. If you want to join, this is the link. That's a lot of letters and stuff, But if that's a link, that's to join via video. So you can join us down the bottom at via video. And shortly we should have a special guest that's supposed to be coming aboard. We're just waiting for her to log in, but hopefully she'll be here soon. And really looking forward to a special guest. But we've got 2 special guests right now.
That's right. I'm very My mommy always said that.
Joanne says, big campfire fan here in Western New York. I assume that is. Let's see. Scott says it's scary. Yeah. I'm scary. So we have, Sandy, I'm going to come back to you in a little bit. We've got our guest coming in, so we're going to go to her. But good to see you, and stick around because we are going to, we're going to have a lot of fun.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Sandy. Thank you. And next up is Jody Lavonda, Happy Medium. Hi, Jody. How are you tonight?
I'm good. How about you? You look very spooky.
Yes, I know. I just had a little snack before we start. I'm sorry, I lost my napkin. But
I want you to see these. I have spider web. So that's spooky. And I am in my son's room. So I tried to hide the mess.
Oh, there you go. Hey, if it works, it works. That is so cool. So good to see you. I thought we'd talk a little bit about Halloween stuff. So basically, the thing that I'm wondering with somebody like you, how do people, Jody is a psychic, very accomplished, an author, television personality, the happy medium, and she's been on our show quite a few times. Always a delight to talk with. But I wonder, on one hand, Halloween's got to be really fun for you. On the other hand, it might be a little frustrating because people always want the spooky stuff. What do you think? What do you think about Halloween? What are your thoughts?
Well, I have had a lot of feelings about it because I'm very popular at this moment. And because people, as you said, it's spooky. People want to be spooked around this time and they think what I do is spooky. But I've come to realize that as long as it opens them up to the possibilities, as long as they start to see, hey, you know what? Intuition is real. Yes, it can be spooky. She fits into the whole Halloween thing, but maybe they'll start to look a little bit more into their own intuition, which is my hope.
Now, I mean, how busy is this time for somebody who does what you do?
So let's see. I had a huge event on Thursday. I had Twin Cities Live yesterday, you today. Next week, I've got other things going on. It gets pretty busy, but then it slows down a little bit and then it picks back up. I would say people are very excited about expanding through their spook. So the sky's the limit.
Yeah. And, explain to people what you experience, because I think it's interesting. I always ask psychics and mediums, what do they experience? So what do you experience being a psychic and medium, as I pose this very serious question with fangs in my mouth and barely able to speak? But go ahead, give us the answer if you will.
So do you mean like, how does it work for me? How is that process?
Exactly.
So I just talked about this. I just talked about this on Twin Cities Live yesterday. So if you walked into somebody's home, just for instance, you would be picking up on, you'd see if the things that they had were put away, if it was cluttered, you'd notice things like that. If it's really cluttered, let's just say another house is really, really cluttered. That's what it feels like to me, is it's a lot of clutter. Energy can be a lot of clutter, and I can feel things other people can't feel and see things and smell things. It's my 5 senses on steroids. I feel things psychically. I smell things psychically. I taste things psychically. I hear things psychically. Everything. I mean, everything. And I'm a medium, so I interface with spirit energy as well, or just energy in general. So it's quiet in my mind when I sleep. Otherwise, it's not so quiet.
So I wondered about this, and we talked about this. I think when people come see you, a lot of times they may want to have one certain person come to them, like mom, let's say, mom's passed. But it seems like sometimes the spirits have a mind of their own. Is that true? And maybe the person you're looking for is not the person that comes through?
Exactly. Well said. So the spirits decide who comes through. They decide if they want to come through, and they have to lower their vibration to do so. And I don't choose. I don't call anybody to me. It's not how it works. And so when I'm doing a reading, whether it's a big group reading or it's one-on-one, I say, please don't tell me who it is you want to hear from. I'm too much of a people pleaser. If your mom came through the spirit door, I would not think it's true, because I would think I was just trying to please you. So what happens is you want to see mom, and who comes through is your grandpa, and you're ticked. So you don't want to even acknowledge grandpa. Well, grandpa energetically gives you the finger, takes mom, and leaves.
Oh, that's funny. Now, is this something that you can shut off? In other words, is it all the time, or can you turn it on and off whenever you want to?
I can turn it down. I can't ever turn it off, but I can certainly turn it down. And that would be through very healthy things like meditation and listening to myself breathe, and making sure I've had enough to eat and some exercise, and making sure I take care of myself emotionally. Because when people are in a heightened state, they are more psychic, but sometimes the stuff that comes through, if they're upset, isn't so pretty.
Yeah, that's got to be that's got to be tough. I mean, have you ever had someone who got angry about a reading, or said, "Well, that's not what I wanted to hear," or has that ever happened to you?
I've done thousands and thousands of readings, and I would say there have been a couple of people that said, "No, I wanted you to connect with so-and-so," or "I wanted this psychic information." There was one woman a long time ago who was mad that I didn't tell her husband had cancer, but I didn't pick up on it. I was reading her, not him.
Right. Now, are you open to take some maybe questions from the audience? Okay. So a couple of things, folks. I still have put out the invite there in the comments for you to join via video. And we'd love to do that for the trivia and things. But in the meantime, what we can do is you can type in your question for Jody. And didn't we talk about maybe even some mini readings if you want to? Is that something you take over text, or they'd have to come in via video?
Either one. I can do either one. By the way, Maddie, you look adorable.
Thank you.
And we have somebody else coming up in a little bit. I just saw her walking through the halls here. We're going to have another person. Sandy is always good for a question, so I'm going to ask Sandy to come back if she doesn't mind. Sandy, do you have a question for our friend here, Jody Lavonda?
Well, psychics always say that you can be taught how to be more psychic, but I almost think it's like a gift. Like, some people are 3 years old and they can play a piano. Because I'm a little bit psychic, but how do you really work on it? I mean,
awesome question. Everybody is psychic. Everybody, just like everybody can sing. Some people maybe are born with a better, stronger set of pipes, but everybody can do it. So here's how you do it. Anytime you get a hunch and it is true, recognize it and just thank the universe. Anytime. And start noticing things like serendipitous events. That's intuition right there. And the other thing is, if you want to be more intuitive, get happy. Because when you are happy, your vibration raises and you get more information. It's super true. And it's a language. You just start understanding the language of your own intuition through, if you meet somebody and you think they are just dreamy, and when you meet them, you feel something in your heart. The next time you feel that feeling in your heart, you're going to think that person's dreamy too.
Yeah. Do you see people's spirit guides? Is that how you work? Or
so when I open up to do a reading, I can sense their spirit guides. I don't necessarily see them. And to be honest with you, I don't hear that their name is Frank or Bob. And I don't even call my spirit guides by name. They haven't given me any. I can just feel the energy.
Okay. Well, can you feel anything about me right off the bat, or should I just, maybe I'm...
No, I can. Is that all right if I do that?
Yeah,
sure.
Fine.
So there's a certain way that you respond to females. There's a certain kind of a trust if you know the females, but you have this affinity. You just have this trust with females. Not as much men. It doesn't mean you don't like them. It's just this kind of secret understanding or unconscious understanding that you have. You're a very, very compassionate person. You're also somewhat empathetic, which is part of being psychic. I wouldn't say you're quick to anger, but I would say you're not super, super slow to anger. When something really ticks you off, something spouts out of your mouth and you think, oh my gosh, I can't believe I just said that, because you try to control your reactions, but your passion comes out, and passion can be beautiful.
Can be, or it can scare people. So,
but you can just explain it. Just say, sometimes I have big reactions. I, didn't mean to scare you. Just, it's okay. Who you are is okay. You have a beautiful spirit. You're very kind, and I don't think you see how beautiful you are.
Probably not, but thank you very much. And you look fabulous tonight.
Yeah, thank you. I am picking up that you have a foot on your shoulder, though.
Yes, I grew a foot this year.
I grew by a foot, but not the way you would think. And Sandy is a very kind person. She's been one of our greatest supporters over the years. Definitely great. I see Duncan here. I don't see video, but I'm going to bring him in and see if he has a question for Jody. Duncan, are you there? Hi, how are you?
Good.
Do you have a question for Jody Lavonda or myself?
I do. I have a question for you, Jim. I was wondering how you've liked or not liked the new In Search Of series that's been showing.
I have to be honest. I watched one episode and I stopped watching it, not because it was bad. I thought it was pretty well done, but it's kind of like, for me, there's only one Leonard Nimoy. There's only one In Search Of. So I didn't watch it. I watched one episode and it wasn't for me, but I thought it was pretty well done. So for me, I didn't think that. Now, do you have any questions for Jody? Any thoughts on psychic mediumship since we have you on the line here?
Well, I had a very bad experience when I was in high school with a Ouija board, and I wondered whether that was the fact that the few guys that I was doing it with were playing, or was it real? But it was very disturbing, and to the point where it's Ouija boards have been, scare me, just the thought. And I now have grandchildren that have talked about doing it, and I've really been trying to push them away. I wonder what your thoughts are.
Jody, what do you think about Ouija boards? Duncan, that's a great question. Thank you.
So I know that there are some people that I respect that think that they can be used deliberately, consciously, carefully, and they can do it well. I personally do not like them. I personally feel like negative energy comes through it, and earthbound. That is my dog whining, by the way. It's
That's
not
okay. That's okay.
I feel like you're not protected. It's darker energies that come through it. You don't know much about it, so you don't know how to protect yourself or cut that connection. I'm not a fan. I am a fan of kids wanting to tune into their intuition, to know that there is life after life and that they can connect with those on the other side, but they do it through love. And I don't feel like the Ouija board brings that on personally, but I think you can do it through love, and that's how you do it. And so I'm trying to get my dog in here. So that's the thing. I'm glad you're showing them to be protective, but tell them there are other ways they can grow their intuition. There's amazing things that they can do. They can, at the next time they're at a restaurant, they can have one of them think of a number and you guys pick up what the number might be, or you look at an object or a color at the restaurant and you radiate it outside of yourself, hold it inside of yourself, think about it, say it, picture it being written in your mind, and somebody's going to pick up on it. That's how you grow your intuition.
Duncan, thank you. That was a great question. Did that answer your question?
It did. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. And you're from the UK, is that right? If I remember right?
But I live in West Palm Beach, but I am originally, yeah.
Well, Florida, that's pretty exotic when you live in Cleveland, Ohio. So good to have you on. I hope you come back and play some trivia, okay?
Right, yeah.
Thank you, Duncan. Thank you. You'll notice in the left-hand corner there, a special guest, my wife, Dar Harold. Hello. It's been
Hi, everyone.
Good seeing you.
Yay. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, well, now tell everybody what you are tonight.
Why don't they tell me what I am? See if they can figure it out. It's kind of hard to sit in this costume. This was a poor choice.
Think about graduation.
Graduating cookie?
Close, cookie. I'm very
You're a smart cookie.
Smart
there we
cookie.
go.
Oh my God. Okay.
There we
There you
go.
go.
I'm a
There
smart
you go.
cookie.
I
I love that. You are a smart cookie. I
There
know.
you go.
Jim hates these costumes, by the way.
I'm not a pun. I like puns, but not pun costumes.
No, he
But
hates
anyhow,
them. How are
there you
how
go.
are those teeth doing, Jim?
I lost one for a minute, but I got it back.
We had lots of fun figuring out how to those fit in there.
Oh, by the way, I got to say this. Joe says you guys should stream on YouTube. Guess what? Go over to the Jim Harold YouTube channel, and guess what you'll find? This video. Very cool. Thanks, Joe, for joining us tonight. We are on YouTube, we're on Twitter, we're on Facebook, on several different pages. Good to have you with us. And we've had 80 plus people with us so far, and that's great and fantastic. I hope someone will come in. Now, Duncan is back in and he has his costume. Let's see. And we have to make note we're having a contest for costumes. So everybody who comes on with a costume will be entered into the drawing. So let's see Duncan's costume. There you go.
There we go.
Yeah, I like that. Very nice, Duncan. Very nice. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that.
Right.
That's great.
Great.
That's great. Now, Dar, I know, and thank you, Duncan. I appreciate that. Very cool. Now, Dar, I know you often ask a lot of we talk about psychic stuff and supernatural stuff. Do you have any questions for Jody? Because you are always bringing up very good points when we talk about these things.
Well, I think she was starting to touch on some of it when I came in, but it was geared towards children. But I've had a number of people say, "Oh, you're kind of intuitive. How do adults build that intuition? How do you open yourself up, so to speak, to, developing that?"
Great question. So in some very similar ways, you start to recognize what your language of intuition is. When something happens and you feel like, I'm not going to like this, that's a no. Get to know what your stomach feels like, your solar plexus right around your belly button, because that's going to give you answers. If you start to feel like a light popping, that might be a yes. A heavy feeling might be a no. Start to recognize when you meet somebody that you think is wonderful and they turn out to be not so wonderful. If you can remember how you felt when you met them, the next time you meet somebody like that, you will feel a similar way. Your intuition speaks to you that way. You just start paying attention to your hunches and you say thank you. You say thank you to your hunches, and you recognize that you are insightful and never beat yourself up if you miss something. Those are really big ways to do it. I had no one to talk to about this when I was growing up. I figured it out. I could tell because if somebody was lying, I could see something coming out of their mouth. And I never knew what it was until I realized, when someone lies to me, I can see something coming out of their mouth. That's my language of intuition because I'm very visual. But if you are a person who hears things, you can hear really well, then your language of intuition might work through the way you hear things. Same thing with people when they cook. A lot of times cooks, they get insightful things through the way things taste. Something tastes bad in their mouth, then they know that's not going to work. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's really, that makes a lot of sense, actually.
Good.
Brenda had a question, Jody. When you get a very strong sense of a person who has passed, like they're right beside you, how do you communicate?
Well, if they are right beside me and I'm writing a book and it's 3 a.m, I say, buzz off, please. Because I get scared. I'm not working. So how I communicate is through, they can hear when you talk to them. You don't even have to open up your mouth. They can hear. But the communication is very much like I am psychically. I start to see pictures on a screen in my head. And then I'll say, I feel like I have someone's grandmother here. Because then a feeling of my grandmother pops up. So the feeling I get around my grandmother, when I'm reading somebody and I get that very same feeling, I feel like that's your grandmother. Is this your grandmother? Your paternal grandmother. You see, you really have to know how you feel with your intuition, which I did this class called the new F word, feelings. Because people don't want to have their feelings, but your intuition rests on your feelings. So if you get to know your feelings, how you feel, that's a very powerful way to get to communicate with those on the other side and your own intuition. Sometimes spirits give me a smell and I'll say, did you die in an accident? I'm smelling smoke. Was it a smoke accident? Yes. So that's how I do it, as I feel things so strongly. And then they do this really cool thing. like, do you remember file folders? I don't know how old you guys are, but those are things that we used to keep our, before computers, you kept file folders. And my guides will say, show them this story, tell them this story. And it's something that's happened to me that happened to the person that crossed over, or it's happening to my client. And it's always relevant. They do that. John Edward, who I love his work so much, he used to, a long time ago, I remember reading that he'd get things about television shows because he watched so much TV. So if something was happening for his client that happened on Bewitched or a show, I don't know what shows he watched, he would say, did this happen to you? Because your guides will reference things that you can relate to. It's a very friendly system, but you always have to make sure that you are divinely protected by just saying a nice thing about yourself, feeling your connection with Mother Earth, God, universe, whatever is good, and then you're good.
There you have it. There you have it. Now we have some listener comments here and questions. Douglas asks from YouTube, hi, Jody. My dearly departed wife has made contact with me a couple times in my dreams. What can I do to communicate with her while awake?
Talk to her. Go to a room that she loved, wherever you are. Or if you're living somewhere and she didn't, just think about a time that you were connected to her and how much you love her, and talk to her. If she's available, she's going to feel it. So, and they're most always available, but we do have jobs on the other side. But think of it this way, a big slide, and the slide is made of love, and they can ride a slide down to say hi, and you can send a message straight up through that slide to say hi. I just got the chills, which means a lot of people listening wanted to hear that. This is how you communicate. Love is the only thing that survives death, and the soul, of course.
Thank you, Douglas. And before that, thank you, Brenda. Laura wants to know, Jody, I've been growing my intuition and clairaudience skills. I was at a hotel this past weekend, and I felt I was actually able to see the floors going by while I was in the elevator. Did I? Laura James wants to know.
If you felt that that is true for you, I believe that that is true for you. Of course you can. There are different levels of consciousness. You can see things in what you're interested in. If you were interested in that, that might have shown itself to you. If that scares you, you just pull yourself back and say your name to yourself, kind of move your feet so you can feel your grounding coming in. But I believe that that could be very possible. I have some physician clients that can literally look at somebody and see things, see the bones just by looking. So it's what you tune into.
And I know we have some people in the green room who want to come in. We're going to get some more people in here shortly. Want to get some of these comments here. Let me see what we got. Here's one from John. John's from South Africa and a big supporter. He says, had a little dog that went missing 3 years ago. Can you tell me anything about her? Ooh, that's heartbreaking.
So did she, I'm wondering if she had something go on with her belly, if you know, if she had some tummy issues. That would be just to make sure I've got the dog and not something else. That would be a question I'd have. Can they answer that through this? Or if
he could answer if he heard that. John, could you comment on Jody's statement there?
Did she have tummy issues?
John, if you can hear us, if you can type that in. Did she have any stomach issues? And we're not seeing a comment here. So what we'll do is we'll go on to another one. Can we come back to this, Jody, if he types it in? Okay. All right. Jeff in New Hampshire, I'm with my daughter and we've been trying to reach a loved one. I'm wondering if you can connect with any loved ones and if they are with us, they are missed.
Let's see if I can do that. I would really probably could use both of his names or hear his voice. But let's see if I can tune in. So actually, there's a lot of loved ones around this it's Jeff, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Around this Jeff's energy. It would be easier. I feel like there's a lot of commotion around him, just energetically. What would be easier is if you made yourself quiet inside by listening to yourself breathe, saying your name to yourself, doing a little prayer. You know, I'm seeing a little girl that's blonde, but I don't know if that's for him or not. I think it would be easier if I saw his face or heard his voice, because what's happening is when I open up, I start to read all of you, because this is just a name here. So it's hard to dial into that.
Right. I get it. I understand. It's going to be tough because it's like a radio receiver where you've got a bunch of people coming in at the same time, trying to come in on the same frequency. I would think so.
Right. And there's a privacy thing about this guy's energy too.
Okay. Okay. And they can go to your website if they want to get in touch, certainly, I would say. I've got a couple of people in the green room here have been waiting. I've got Duncan again, because he has a very interesting shirt I want everybody to see. And then Christy, I want to get to Christy. Duncan, I love your shirt. Oh, Duncan's frozen, but you can see here he's got a Jim Harold's Campfire shirt.
Yeah.
Well done, Duncan. Well done. I love your shirt. Good shirt.
Yeah, it arrived yesterday.
Hey, there you go. JimHarold.com/gear, everybody.
I'm now in
JimHarold.com. Well, I love that idea. Thank you so much, Duncan. I appreciate that. Thank you for raising the flag high. All right. Well, Christy's going to come in. Actually, I was recently on Christy's show, and she too has psychic gifts. Christy, welcome.
Awesome. Hey, Jim. How are you doing? Nice to see you. I didn't think I was going to be able to join you tonight, but my schedule worked out.
There you go. Well, let me ask you, I mean, you and Jody work in a similar area. Do you have anything you'd like to ask her or comment on or anything?
Well, I just want to say that she did a great job of explaining the gifts. You know, we all have the gifts. There's 4 clairs, and we all have them in some varying degree. I started off more claircognizant. Now I'm developing more clairsentience, clairaudience, and we have them in varying degrees. And so we can develop them at any time. We can turn them off or turn it on. But if we do choose to ignore those gifts, if we choose to turn it off, we can have some issues with that. So I always want to encourage people to use your gifts.
So, Christy, I hope you stick around, and throughout the evening we can talk to you now and then, and really appreciated being on your show this week. And I thank you so much. Jody, do you have any reflections on what Christy said there?
So it's such an interpretation. I agree with everything she said. I feel like there's 5 clairs, but it's all of our senses, including our belly, but that's just semantics. So I'm with you on all of it. I feel like it's a gift. I also feel like it's an ability and a responsibility, and I can sense by your energy that you get that very much. It's very much a responsibility, because when you do a reading or you say something, you hold that person's heart in your hand, and you better be darn careful that you're saying that in the best possible, most proactive way. And the other thing is I feel like we're all interpreting it anyway. So if you and I did a reading at the same time, we would get different things, because it comes through the filter of who we are and our life experiences, and that's okay.
And that's totally fine, because you're talking about a person and their entirety of their experience and entirety of their being. You're going to clue in on some things. I'll clue in on other things.
Right.
Yep.
Could I ask a quick question? So if somebody has departed and you want to speak with them, do they just hear you verbally, auditorily that way, or can they hear your thoughts?
Jody has a visitor.
So hello.
Milo, he's psychic.
He's
so cute.
I do animal communication too. I love little animals.
Oh, it's awesome. Okay,
I didn't quite understand your question.
So, like, for instance, both my parents have passed, and I, when I want to talk to them, sometimes I'm just talking in my head. I don't verbally say it where anyone out loud could hear it, but can they hear me?
Oh,
just verbally talking to them, like up here?
Yep.
My thoughts?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah,
so
I believe that. No, I'm not the least bit psychic. I believe that.
Everybody's psychic.
Well, yeah. I always joke. And Christy, thank you, and hope we can touch base with you more this evening. Thank you for chiming in. I appreciate it, and thanks again. But yeah, I guess we're all psychic to some extent. And what I always find myself is I doubt things. When somebody tries to get something to me, I think, oh, it's my mom communicating, that's my uncle communicating, that's my brother communicating. It's just your imagination. How do you know the difference
between your imagination and so you feel things, Jim, in right, like above your belly button, you feel things. I can feel that you feel things. So when something is true, you get this knowing feeling. Think about when it's cold out and you drink something warm, how that warmth comes through you. Because you're a feeler the way that you are, that would be a way you know it's true, because you can feel it. If you start to pay attention to how you feel, you know when something's true. You can just feel it. But our society, unfortunately, a lot of times we haven't given a lot of credence to how people feel. So we lie to ourselves. So people might not always agree with you, but you have to know inside that it's true for you and that that's enough. Did I answer your question?
Yes, you did. And Dar, I think I cut you off. Can you?
No.
I didn't. Okay.
No.
I wasn't sure if you got your question answered.
No, I did.
Someone else in the chat room had the question. Steve said, "My grandfather just recently passed. Is he watching over us?"
Yes, they're quite busy when they first get to the other side. They get to meet with their guides and all the loved ones that they've crossed over before them, and then they get to do their life review. But they definitely can watch over you and send you good energy and make you feel like it's all okay, because it is. But I do want to say to Steve and also to you, Dar, they're not watching you in private moments. That's not their thing. It's not like they're constantly.
That's good.
Yeah, they're not constantly.
I might be biting somebody's neck.
Yeah. Right, or being a bloodsucker. So they're not always around you, but they are around you a lot. And if you think about them out of the blue, that's oftentimes them saying hello. Or if you smell their perfume, or you just keep thinking about them constantly, or you see a license plate with their initials, or hear a song all the time that was their favorite. These are ways that they say hello.
Let's see. Okay. Kevin wants to know, what do you see for my wife and I live in Ontario. My name is Kevin. My wife's name is Brigitte.
What do I see for them?
Yes.
So there's a big sense of adventure around their energy. So I don't read the future. I read the signs that indicate what might occur. So I see and feel a very, very big sense of adventure for both of them. So in other words, they like new things. They don't like to be caught in anything and be bored. They like new things. And I'm seeing something about a lot of fresh air. So whatever they're doing, I feel like fresh air is going to be coming toward them, whether it's travel or it's spending time with friends somewhere else, even nearby. That's the energy. I feel like you have to keep your energy moving and keep doing different things, because that's what appeals to you and makes you flow.
Actually, we have a bit of a skeptic here who asks, can she prove any of this? Now, I put that up there because, it's a question some people have. How do you respond to that question, Jody?
So I might disappoint you in the answer, because, of course, I know that what I'm doing is real, and I have loads of clients that know that it's real. And lots of people, as evidenced by all the different shows, especially Jim's. But I don't ever try to prove it. I'm just who I am, and I do what I do. And if it works for you, that's awesome. And if it doesn't, I don't spend time trying to prove anything. I feel like the process itself proves itself. So, and my dad, I will say, was it the Opeth? My dad was not a firm believer in this and used to tease me about it. And he had a procedure shortly before he died where my grandmother in spirit was around him. And I said, Dad, Grandma Faye was around you when you had that procedure. And he goes, oh, Joe, I don't believe in anything like that. What'd she say? So that's really what happens, is a lot of times if people say they don't believe in it, they're still curious. Part of them does. They just want it to be proven. And I can understand that. But that's just not my groove. I don't try to prove anything.
Okay, fair enough. And I see that we have the skeptic continuing to make comments, and that's fine. But we addressed your question. So there's plenty of places you can go if you don't like this. Shelby wants to know, I have a question for Jody. I have a relative passed 2 years ago. I have a lot of guilt on how things were between us when they passed. Do you pick up on whether or not she forgives me for not being around?
Oh my God, I feel like sobbing when I connect with this energy. Absolutely forgiven. No question, forgiven. No question, no question, no question. And you can forgive your relatives that crossed over too. They can feel that forgiveness. There's no grudges over there. There's no grudges on the other side. They see things for what they are, not what they seemed like. They see them for what they are. You don't have to worry about that at all. But it's really helpful to say, I do forgive you. I mean, the last thing my dad ever said to me in person was, can you use a different last name in your book, The Happy Medium, my first Happy Medium book. And it was tongue in cheek, and he loves me and he believed in me, but it was like, oh, and then I talked to him on the phone and he died like a day later. So I actually said to him when the book came out, I held it up and I said, look what I did. And I forgive you, Dad, Livon. And it felt good.
And there you have it. We got another question here from Maria. Does timing of death affect how easily a spirit comes through, either in a psychic reading or through after death visitations? Are you less likely to connect with a loved one who's passed 10 plus years ago than someone who is more recently passed?
Doesn't matter how long ago, as long as the person I'm reading has a connection with them, I can connect. Does the timing affect, let's see, there was another piece of this that was behind this. With their death.
Now, this is the whole of the comment right there for this person.
Okay. Timing, well, see, so sometimes spirits are so shocked that it's so good that they don't have to worry about going down under or things like that, that it takes them some adjusting. It takes a lot of spirits adjusting. And once they're adjusted, they come through. But the other piece is, and this is so important, sometimes we're not ready. Sometimes we're not ready for them to come because we need to get used to them in the new capacity that we're going to connect with them. Again, I'm getting the chills. We need to get used to that. It's not the same. It's a connection through love. It's a connection through the heart. It's a connection through the spirit. So I would say a lot of it is up to us too. But the timing, if somebody sat in front of me and said, my grandfather used to talk about somebody he knew when he was 10, and my grandfather's been gone for 30 years. If I can feel the connection with the grandfather, I can connect with whoever he was talking about.
I just want to make a note. I saw Kevin here on video, and I was going to get to him next, but he's disappeared. So, Kevin, if you want to, I'd love to get you on video here and have you ask your question for Jody. But I know that you have one in comments. I saw you on video too. I was going to bring you in, but we're doing a lot of things here. So sometimes you just have to wait a few minutes till we can get to you. So Kevin, if you see this, come back on. We put the link several times in the comments. If you want to come on video, we're glad to have you. I wonder if Duncan wants to play. I want to do some trivia. So maybe we'll start with Duncan if he wants to. Jody, are you okay for a few minutes? We got another guest at the top of the hour, and I see him in the green room there. He's looking very mysterious, and we'll bring him up. But Duncan, are you there? Would you want to do some trivia, sir? Duncan has a little lag on his mind. I'll tell you what we'll do. We will bring up Sandy because I know she is right there. You're there. You want to do some trivia, Sandy?
Well, I'm really bad at it, but yeah, sure.
All right.
Something.
I love how you have that decked out.
Isn't that neat?
Really? Wow.
It is very neat. It is very
awesome.
Neat. Well, here is the first question, Sandy, and let me just do one thing here. Somehow I have gotten this comment up. I've got to get rid of this comment, and then we will be able to see the question. We're getting live streaming here, so it's not perfect. I don't have a whole team behind me to do all this, so I'm doing it all myself. All right, who's saying Monster Mash? Kenny Loggins, Boris Karloff, Bobby Boris Pickett, or Engelbert Humperdinck?
Oh my God! Well, I'm pretty darn sure Bobby Boris Pickett, but Karloff would have been good.
So who was it? We're having a little trouble hearing you. Who was it?
It's C.
It's C. We have our first winner.
Yay!
Sandy wins. And what does she win? Well, this is very cool, Sandy. You win some good stuff here. You're going to win, right here, you're going to win a Jim Harold's Campfire t-shirt.
Whoa.
You're going to win one of my Kindle books, although I think you may have all of them. And then you're going to win, I think you may have gotten this before, we may switch it around. You're also going to win our moderator of the virtual campfire group is Chris Miners, and he's fantastic, and he's also a very talented artist, as are you, and you're going to get this book that he came out with recently, Hornbeam Hollow, The Hunt for the Halloween Pumpkin. So there you go, Sandy. Congratulations.
Yay.
Oh, winner.
All right. Just making a note here so we know where to send the stuff. And if you want to win, you can come in on trivia. In fact, Duncan's here. Let's see if Duncan's ready. Duncan, are you ready to play trivia? Can you hear us? I don't think Duncan's hearing us. Oh, well.
Looks like his mic is muted, it says, or at least there's a little cross off on his mic.
Can you hear us? Can you hear us? I think he's pushing a button here. Can you hear us, Duncan?
Mic's muted.
Duncan, your mic is muted, so maybe we'll come back to you a little bit later.
Jim, can Jody answer Maria's question there? Because that's a really good one.
Sure.
I used to work with a lot of dementia patients, so I really like that question.
Yeah, I just saw that one. Very good. We'll go to that, and when Duncan's with us, he can answer a question. Maria, my father had dementia when he passed, and he wasn't in his right mind. Is he that way on the other side, or has this left him? I was worried he wouldn't understand what was happening to him and not move on.
What a sweetie you are. He does not have dementia on the other side. He was in perfect health, if you will, the moment he passed, and probably before that, because he wasn't in his right mind, as you would say. He could communicate with those on the other side and helping him know that he was transitioning. So those that have dementia, anything like that, they get all their memories back when they are dead, if you will. When they're in spirit, they get to see who came to see them. They get to feel the love that they might not have felt at the time. They get all of it. You don't have to worry that they're not taken care of. They're in great spirits.
There you have it. There you have it. Yeah, I think that's a great question to answer, indeed. Duncan, are you there? Are you ready to play some trivia? Can you hear us? No, I can't hear us. Oh, well, I'm sorry, Duncan. We tried. People are really enjoying this, I've got to say, and they're saying a lot of good things about you, Jody. So you've done a great job. You've had some great comments. Debbie said, for example, this is just what I needed this evening.
That's really sweet.
And a lot of good contents here and comments here, I should say. Now, here's one that came up. I'm just trying to find it, from Diane over on YouTube. Hi, my mom and best friend, a man who was like my father, passed 3 years ago. I ended up in a not so great situation after they passed. Do they know how much I love them and how I'm doing? I'm assuming is what she's asking.
They absolutely know how much you love them. They can still feel your love. And that everybody should know that. You love somebody, whether they're across town or on the other side, they can still feel your love. It's live and well on the other side. So they know, and they saw your struggles, and they see your struggles, and they love you and send their support in lots of different ways, through dreams, through putting people in front of you that can help you. So you just happen to run into somebody, they can help you in that way as well. So, and I don't feel like those same struggles are as big right now. And you haven't lost them. They are still your fans.
Very good. I like that. I'm just putting another comment in there for people to join us via video. We'd love to see some of you. Have if you're in costume. If you want to play some trivia, that would be fantastic. We love it. Now, Dar, before Jody leaves us, I wanted to have you, if you don't mind sharing, something that happened to you early this year when you were in the hospital and you saw your dad. And that was quite an experience. And maybe you could talk about what you saw and what your reaction was and what that was all about, because I thought that was a remarkable story and I'd love to get her take on it.
Yeah, so I was pretty sick in March. Funny too, that was it was about a year, Jim, since he had passed, right? Within a week, actually. So I was in the intensive care unit, and unfortunately, you know how you don't sleep in the hospital, too much noise, everything going around, even in intensive care. Well, the poor lady next to me was not doing well, and they had a bunch of people coming in and out of her room, and they had called for her family. And I was just sitting there looking out the door, and I happened to look up, and there was a bunch of people, and then I look, and there was my dad standing there. So when you're not feeling really well, feeling really bad, and you remember them all telling you stories of how they saw their loved ones before they passed, it really freaked me out. Instead of giving me a feeling more of peace, I wasn't at peace. I started bawling. I was crying. The nurses had to come in to calm me down, and I didn't want to tell them what was going on because, you know,
it makes me want to cry.
Yeah, I'm getting all teary just thinking about him. So I saw it, and I just kept thinking, that can't be him. And I keep looking, and I'm like, why is he outside my room? And he didn't say anything, just smiled. And then I looked, he was gone.
He came to give you strength.
Yeah, well, at the time I didn't feel that.
No,
at the time I got very scared. I'm like, I'm not ready to go yet. Please don't take me.
I absolutely understand that. Anybody would feel that way. I would feel that way. Anybody would feel that way. You were really quite sick, weren't you?
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Can I say something? I mean, it's not a bad thing.
No.
You did come close to crossing over.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, you did. But he wasn't there to take you, honey. He was there to just say, I love you. You got this. I'm helping. It's all okay. Because I feel like when he did that, you had just started to turn a corner.
I was.
Right?
I was actually. I was starting to get better. So that's why it shocked me. And then working in healthcare, we often would see patients who would get better before they would pass on or it get worse. So I was getting really worried about that because I was starting to feel a little better. I was actually able to get out of bed, and I was doing a few things for myself. So when I saw him, it was quite shocking.
So this is one of those, I love this comment, by the way, by Jonathan. Thank you. That's really sweet. I can take a screenshot. So you know how I said that knowing feeling that we get? You knew I'm so getting the chills. Other people needed to hear this too, not just you. This question is for everybody too.
Good.
You knew that you were getting better. You could feel you were getting better. Despite that, you had that reaction, and who wouldn't? But that also tells you to trust your intuition more. You can use that to trust your intuition even more because you knew and you were right.
Yeah, that was when she told me that. It's like, wow. Wow,
yeah,
that was just
because it had been
striking.
Bad. Wasn't it the day before that is when it was really, really bad for me?
Yeah, it was really scary there for a while. It was.
Yeah.
It was like a pneumonia. Yeah, really. But a weird, kind of rare pneumonia. It was really, really scary, folks.
Mm-hmm.
Did it attach itself to like an upper part of your lung?
Yeah, and the whole way that it presented itself, and they couldn't figure it out for a long time, and they had to keep me in isolation because they didn't really know if I was contagious or what it was, and it was more upper, it wasn't lower.
I can feel that.
It's really, really weird.
It's not there anymore, but see, and you have knowledge of healthcare and things like that, so it's like a little bit of knowledge didn't help you at the moment.
Not at all. Not at all, especially when it was really bad. Yeah, because I knew it was really bad, and I knew what was going on and what they were, and how you read people's faces. You can read emotions and read their thoughts, and I was reading the doctor's thoughts. It was not good. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a frightening time for sure. That's for sure. A couple of things I want to make sure that we get to before you go. John, remember here from South Africa, he had the question about his little dog who was missing. His dog did not have stomach issues, at least that he was aware of.
Did he have stomach issues when the dog went away? And here's why I'm asking. I immediately got this pain in my stomach. Now, I don't know if something happened to the dog afterwards, and I'm assuming they haven't seen the dog since. So is that correct? Am I understanding the situation?
I don't know, John, if you're out there, pop a comment in if you can. That would be great. That would be really helpful. And
I don't think the dog is suffering right now at all.
Now, one thing I want to do before we let Jody go, very quietly, Maddie hasn't said a lot. Maddie, do you have any questions for Jody?
The only question I can think of is I always wondered, do you know how people get the wrong number when they call you? Do spirits do that too? Like, do you get the wrong person just show up sometimes?
So I don't control who shows up, but are you talking about drive-by spirits? Like if you go somewhere to a bar and you come home and you feel like there's spirit energy around you and it's not your spirit? Or are you just talking about when I do a reading And does the wrong person come through? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I suppose, like, if I'm looking for Jim, but I actually end up with James, who happens to be with you, does that ever?
The spirits don't make mistakes.
Fair.
The spirits don't make mistakes. And they're not really looking at us. You know, they see energy.
Okay.
So they just see us as these big blobs of energy. And if we're happy, our energy is lighter. And if we're feeling really depressed, it's heavier, but they can still see it. I don't know that I answered your question. I'd like to.
Oh, that's fantastic. That's great. Well, Jody, it's 8:00. I want to thank you. You've been so great and such a trooper and answered so many questions and just a great time. And we're going to be doing an interview soon for the Paranormal Podcast. So if folks enjoyed this, they certainly can check that out. And you also have your own website. Why don't you tell people about that and how they can connect with you and everything you do?
So go to theintuitivecoach.com. You can see I have links there to, I'm on a television show here in the Twin Cities called Twin Cities Live. You can find links to the show there or on YouTube. And I do a lot of giveaways. So if you hover over the top of my website, you can sign up for free intuition boosting tools and techniques where I send things out that helps you grow your intuition. People love it. I don't bombard you. So if you're looking to boost your intuition, that's a really great way to do that. I blog. I have a free mini podcast. You will laugh because it's like, or mini, not podcast. Yeah, mini podcast. It's like really, some of them are 2 minutes and it's just inspirational with ways to kind of cut cords and things like that. And I'm on social media. Just look me up at Jody Lavonda. And I love social media, and Twitter is a blast. So please friend me, follow me, whatever you're supposed to do.
Well, so glad. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. I really appreciate it. You did a great job, and everybody will give her a little hand of applause. Great job, everybody.
It was fun. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, thank you, Jody. And next up, we're going to have another special guest. You have a great night, Jody, and happy Halloween.
All right. Thanks, Jody.
And there she is, and here we are. And she was great. I really enjoyed it. That's a lot of fun to get to talk to somebody who has that ability and can just come through with it very genuinely. And I really enjoy speaking with her. She's fantastic. So we have another guest, another mystery guest, Ron Hood from Ron's Amazing Stories. Hey, Ron, how you doing tonight?
Hi, Ron.
I'm doing great, Jim. How are you?
I'm just enjoying your dulcet tone.
Yeah.
Well, you know, us podcasters, we got to have a voice.
There you go. Well, he has one. He has one for sure. Now, you're a man of much literary accomplishment. You're an editor. You've helped with some of my books. Thank you for that.
Pleasure.
And you love stories. Tell us a little bit about Ron's Amazing Stories, if folks haven't heard of it.
Well, I'll tell you, it isn't just me. It isn't just the podcast. I have been collecting stories my entire life. It is something that I do. And so when it came time to just start a podcast, it was an easy choice. I need to tell stories, and I need to tell amazing stories. So I think that runs it down.
Now, we share a love of old time radio. And over the years, you've done a lot of old time radio stuff. Tell us a little bit about your love for old time radio.
Oh, man, Jim, that goes way back. I first became interested in old time radio in, I would say, mid-70s with CBS Radio Mystery Theater.
Me too.
I was just tuning through the dial one night, and all of a sudden, there it was. You know, and at that point, it was a match made in heaven. I hadn't heard of old time radio before. And so that immediately started getting me into finding more of this stuff, buying it on cassette tapes, whatever I could find, old phonographs, you name it. I started collecting those. So again, storyteller. And what better stories are there than old time radio? You can go back and see hear some pretty amazing stuff. And they were pretty inspirational in me becoming interested in doing stories and editing books for people.
Oh yeah, and I love old time radio, and I got interested in it way before podcasting, and then podcasting seems like audio is coming back in a big way, and people love it. And I know you brought some stories with you,
I did.
being a story collector. Now I do want to make one quick note before we get to some of those stories. Please, people, join via video. We have stuff here at the Spooky Studio, and we want to give it away, but we can't give it away unless you come on video and play trivia. So I'm going to put the link in the comments while our friend Ron is telling one of his magnificent, amazing stories. And drop on the video. Maybe have a costume on. Hey, you can win something. Free stuff. Ain't that good? Let's do it. So anyway, Ron, what story would you like to entertain us with first?
Well, Jim, I'm going to switch to a different mode here and make sure everything. Do I still sound okay? And
You sound fine.
all right. Well, what I did was I went out and I picked 3 different types of stories. I've got one that's extremely scary, one that's more of your favorite type of story, a head scratcher, and then I went out and I grabbed something from the classics, and it's called The Hag, and it is a kind of poem that was written before any of us were even, well, some of our parents were born. So we're talking old stories. So I'll let you pick. You tell me if you want a scary one, do you want a head scratcher, or do you want to hear The Hag?
Well, we're getting a little bit of feedback.
All right.
But let's try the scary one.
All right. Hang on a second here. Yeah, if the feedback becomes a problem, that could be a problem.
No, we'll be okay, I think.
All right. Just give me a second.
And now you're finding out how the sausage is made.
Here we go.
All right.
I was 16 years old when all this happened, a night that will haunt me for the rest of my days. Some will not believe my tale, and others will say it was just my imagination. Either way, for me, it was real. I was standing outside the local bar and grill. I couldn't go in, but there was no way I was going to miss my brother and his band's debut. It was the mid-90s, and grunge was all the rage. It was mostly an American music form, but we in Calgary had found it as well. I stood out there for the entire first set, and from the sounds of the crowd, they were enjoying themselves. I had promised my dad that I would head home right after. What he didn't know was that I was alone. He never would have let me go had I told him the truth. It started with a feeling, like I was being followed. I looked around the streets, and they were all clear. I heard the noise coming from the bar as my brother started up his second set, but everything else was quiet. I thought it was just my nerves, and I continued to walk home. I was about a block from the bar when I heard it. A sound that I will never forget. When I tried to describe it, I begin to shake and I feel like I want to run and hide all over again. It was a high-pitched wail of such anger and sadness. It made me feel small and exposed. So I ran. My thoughts were simple. Get home and do it the fastest way possible. I didn't think about where I was, and I ended up at the gates of the Central Island Cemetery. I had used it for years as a shortcut. I stood there looking through the large gate and realized it was too late to turn back now. So I slipped through the broken section and kept running. The whole time I felt like I was being pursued. I was running through the main burial grounds, dodging gravestones, when I felt its first attack. It slammed me in the back and propelled me forward. The force of the assault was staggering. It was hard to breathe, but somehow I had managed to maintain my balance and kept moving forward. The second hit came from a blind side. It sent me to the ground, and the real pain began. I took a deep breath and looked around. I could see nothing, but I knew I wasn't alone. We were playing a game of cat and mouse. and the mouse had just lost round one. I got up. I knew by the pain that I was hurt, but I started running again. It was then the second wail came, angrier and closer than the first. I remember praying, screaming, and then even crying as I ran through the dead. I could feel their laughter at my folly. Here was a little girl who thought she could outrun a demon. I'm not sure who saw who first. The graveyard sexton was out looking for the source of the commotion of his charge. It was his job to track the occupants and grave sites of the place. I saw him and ran straight at him. The beast must have saw my plan and took one last strike. My right arm was hit hard and began to bleed. My next memory was falling into the open arms of the sexton. When I awoke, I found myself lying on a couch in an unfamiliar home. A policeman was hovering over me saying, Miss, are you awake? Miss. I managed to nod my head and then blacked out again. The next time I woke, I was in the hospital with my parents and brother beside me.
So what do you think that's all about?
I'm sorry, say that again, Jim?
What do you think that was all about?
You know, I don't know. This particular person, when they sent the story in, I did get to chat with them on the phone, and what I got from them was constant fear. The way they were, when they were trying to tell me the story, they couldn't write it, they said. They couldn't tell it. They just wanted to get it out, but she told it to me, and I wrote it as best I could. But what I could just feel from her was the pain, the fear. And Jim, of the stories that I've gotten on the show, this one, man, that was real. Something happened, whether it was a human or whether it was just a demon. We never know. We're never going to know these things. But what we do know is something happened to that poor girl that night. That I'm sure of.
Yeah, and I have the same experience with my campfire people. I think on the whole, they're very sincere, and I've had some really weird things like their fangs falling out. No, but no, really, some really strange stuff. We have a few people here on video, so I'm going to start bringing some more people in here, and I'm going to start with John, and I believe it's John from South Africa. Hi, John. How you doing?
Hi, everybody. How are you?
Good. John is a longtime supporter. He's been with us for years. He was on, I think he joined the Plus Club when we started back in 2011, and always good to see him on these every year, and always good to catch back up. How are things down in South Africa?
Lovely. It's 2 a.m. here in the morning, and hellish hot down here.
Well, how appropriate.
Yes. And we'd say that we have temperatures of about 35 degrees Celsius at the moment.
Oh, okay. That is hot. I'm not now. Maddie knows. So what, Maddie? What does that translate into Fahrenheit? Do you know?
What was the temperature again?
35.
35 Celsius.
90 maybe.
90. Okay.
Could be 90.
Yeah. See, we're the rest of us are the ugly Americans. We're still on the imperial standard. We're just talking about that the other day. Funny stuff.
95.
Do you want to play some trivia, John?
I would love to.
Okay. Now, I will say this for international users, what we're going to do, and if we have an international window, we'll calculate what the value of the prize is, and we'll get you that much in value in the prize. We may not be able to ship overseas, but here it is. Let's see. Let's go for this one. Halloween has its roots in the Celtic festival Samhain. It means this: A, Summer's End, B, Devil's Night, C, Nightmare, or D, Deathly Hallows. Then that's hard to say wearing fangs. Which one is it, John? Summer's End, Devil's Night? Say again?
I would say the Deathly Hallows.
Unfortunately, John, that is incorrect. But we
Okay,
will
no
find
problem.
out through the night. So, John, I always like to ask people who've been listening to for a long time, what's your favorite show that we do?
I've always loved your campfire
Thank you.
show.
Thank you. That seems to be the most popular answer. People love it. And I'm very thankful. And John, I'm very thankful for you. And do you have any questions or anything for us tonight?
None at the moment. I'm sort of just enjoying I'm just enjoying the show as it is tonight.
All right. Very good. Well, thank you, John. Thank you for all your support for all the years. I appreciate it. And thank you.
Pleasure.
Now we have Phil, and I'm going to bring Phil in and see if he wants. Hey, Phil, how are you tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Where are you calling in from?
I'm from Whitby, Ontario, in Canada.
Great. Fantastic. Well, good to have you on the show. Would you like to play some trivia?
Yes, please.
Okay. Well, let's pull up that same question. Halloween has its roots in the Celtic festival Samhain. It means this: A, Summer's End; B, Devil's Night; Nightmare; C, or Deathly Hallows.
It's got to be A, Summer's End.
We have a winner.
Yay!
So we will figure out how to either get this to you or get you. I've got to check how Canada will work, but we'll either get this to you or we'll get you a monetary equivalent. Does that sound fair?
Sounds wonderful.
Okay. Do us a favor.
Sure.
Send me an email to jim@jimharold.com. That's jim@jimharold.com. So we can make sure to get you your gift. And we really appreciate you playing. Do you have any questions or comments for us tonight? Phil, do you have any questions?
I can't think of anything offhand, no.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And thank you for listening to the shows. Okay.
Yeah, thank you for letting me participate.
All right. Great. Thank you. And
Hey-
now we have another.
Jim, hey,
Yes.
Jim, before you go, Patrick Keller, I have to agree with him because he says your vampire lisp is cracking him up.
It is. I agree.
And as a speech language pathologist, I'm
Listen.
sitting here thinking of all the ways I can help you. No, just kidding.
This is a little difficult. I feel like I'm drooling a
I know.
little bit. I need a napkin or something.
There you go.
Get my composure here. All right. And now we have actually recently a guest on one of our shows, psychic medium and author Rhonda De Boxio. And
Hey.
Rhonda, welcome. How are you?
Well, hi there. I don't know if I'm in frame. I'm sorry, I'm a blind person, and I don't know if you're looking at my hair or my chin or whatever.
Excellent
was
composition.
perfect.
Excellent
Yeah.
composition.
Oh, I'm amazed. I'm stunned. That usually doesn't happen for me. Usually they're like, you're looking at your left ear. Oh, thank you. Okay.
So you had we just talked maybe a week or two ago, and you two have psychic gifts. And I don't know if you saw Jody's segment, but some of the themes that we were talking about, did you have any thoughts on them?
Well, I heard part of that. I will confess I was visiting with family and I got in on for the last, I don't know how long she was on, but I got in on just a couple of minutes of it. But yeah, the spirits never get it wrong. That is for sure.
Yeah.
I always feel like whatever comes to you, it's because to you as the person who's asking a question or, even as the intuitive involved, it's because you needed that information, that connection, that contact or whatever.
Yeah, that's that makes a lot of sense to me. And I think I asked you on this show, but I'll ask again for the benefit of our viewing audience. How do you experience these messages? Is it telepathically? Do you feel? Do you smell? Do you hear? How does it work for you?
Any and all. I have a lot of ways that I receive it. For example, if I'm watching a paranormal TV show about, a haunting or whatever, I will often, and I'm mostly blind. I have some eyesight, but I will often see whatever it is that's causing it. For me, it's very clear with my eyeballs. I will also hear messages. I will get feelings. I will have senses in my body, like somebody asked if they should they were thinking about moving to Washington, D.C. And I was like, okay, I'm about to get sick. I have the sense that's not the answer for you because I was perfectly healthy. So I get my answers in a lot of different ways. And the way I feel is, people have different levels of perception. And so I might see a person or experience a person, an entity as a person in their fullness, and somebody else might just see a shadow or a blur, or they might just feel like they're being watched. So everybody's perception is going to be a little bit different. Does that make sense?
Makes sense to me. Sandy, I'm going to put you back in the green room for a little bit if that's okay. But if you want to hang out, we'll pop you back in. I've got Patrick Keller here in one. He has a costume. So I want to show that. Is that okay, Sandy? Okay. We're going to just, Sandy's going to go in the green room and get a refreshment. And now we have Patrick Keller from the Big Seance podcast. How you doing?
Oh,
I'm good. How are you? Do you hear me?
Oh, you sound like you have that looks like is that a
he's a
Heil
plague
PR40?
doctor, isn't it?
It is a Heil.
Yes.
Oh, you're looking at the mic and I'm looking at the masks. That's how we are different.
Those masks freak me out.
And I'm
like
actually kind of cheating because I wore this mask a couple of years ago to a previous Jim Harold Halloween party.
There you go. There you go. I want to wish Ruth a happy birthday, everybody. Ruth, her birthday is tomorrow. Happy birthday, Ruth.
Happy birthday.
So, Patrick, tell people about the Big Seance podcast because you're excellent at what you do.
Oh, thank you very much. I don't produce as many shows as the fabulous Jim Harold does, but I have a podcast, the Big Seance podcast, and much of my inspiration comes from Mr. Jim Harold. And I like to, we spend a lot of time specifically talking about the kind of ghosty spirit communication, psychic medium side. And so we just like to nerd out, and I call my listeners para-nerds. And, and I shared this with my group of listeners, so I hope several of them are checking in on the partay.
I hope so. Do you want to play some? Actually, I'm going to ask you and Rhonda. Patrick, would you like to play some trivia?
I would love to play some trivia.
Excellent. Okay, let's cue it up. Let's see which one we've got here. We got squint, Here we go. Who is said to haunt the White House Rose Garden? A past gardener, Jimmy Carter's brother Billy, Dolly Madison, or Donald Trump's late hairdresser? Which one would it be?
I'm going D.
Oh,
I love it.
Can I see the screen one more time?
It's D. Come on.
Huge. This is going to be a huge answer.
Just like his hair. Huge.
Bigly.
Hugely. Bigly.
Oh my gosh. Who's answering this?
You.
are.
Okay.
It all just means goofballs.
Oh man. Well, I'm gonna say C. Although I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna say C.
You are correct.
Yay!
Okay,
I thought she made cupcakes.
What does he win? He wins a campfire book, one campfire T-shirt.
Ooh, I don't have one yet.
3 months of Parabox.
Ooh.
So there.
Sweet. So those are fun.
Parabox is great.
All right. And you know what? Rhonda's here. We got to give her a chance to play. Would you like to play a little trivia, Rhonda?
Sure.
Okay,
yes, absolutely. I'll look up the Big Seance later.
Yeah. No, he's awesome.
Glad
okay. Now you're going to know this. Which spooky person died on Halloween? H.P. Lovecraft, Edgar Allan Poe, Harry Houdini, or Vincent Price?
Lovecraft stories.
Say again?
Yeah.
Rhonda, can you say that
Poe,
again?
but I don't actually know, but I think it's Poe.
It is not Poe. So we will find out who it is. We will find out who it is.
Okay.
Well, Ron, I know you brought more stories. Could you read us The Hag? That one in particular
Okay.
is frightening.
Now, keep in mind, this is an actual poem from the late 18th century, so keep that in mind when you're listening.
Well, you could read the ingredient of anything in my closet. That would be great.
Whoa, what's that?
We're getting a little feedback.
Feedback.
Mhm.
Oh,
Not for me.
Yeah, I think it's when you flip it over to the no. Here goes.
The hag is astride, this night but ride. The devil and she together, through thick and through thin, now out and then in. Yes, so foul be the weather. A thorn or a burr she takes for a spur, with a lash of a bramble she rides now. Through brakes and through briars, or ditches and mires, she follows the spirit that guides now. No beast for his food dares now range the wood, but hushed in his lair he lies lurking, while mischiefs by these, on land and on seas, at noon of night are working. The storm will arise and trouble the skies, this night and more for the wonder. The ghost from the tomb affrighted shall come, called out by the clap of the thunder.
There you have it. There you have it.
The
Ron.
Hag. And
The
I kinda
Hag.
I gave a correct a date on that. That's actually around the 1600s. So
There you
it's been
go.
around a while, written by Robert Herrick.
There you go. And the thing I got to say is that the Hag, or the Old Hag at least, is one of the most frightening things now. Dar, you familiar with the Old Hag? No?
No.
Okay. Well, the Old Hag is the idea that there's this, and Patrick I know is well aware of it, and I'm sure that Ron is well aware of it, and I'm sure that Maddie's well aware of it, is this idea you wake up and there's like this old, real haggard looking woman over you, standing over you. It's really frightening. What do you think about that, Patrick?
well, the first thing that makes me think of is I hear that most of the time when people also bring up sleep paralysis. And so and I more and more hear people mention sleep paralysis without the actual vision of the hag. So I don't know how far back the actual reports of seeing a hag with it go back to.
Yeah. This is really terrifying. It's one of the most frightening things I could think of is wake up and see this really kind of sinister looking old lady over here. Pretty frightening.
I thought you were referring to me when you wake up in the morning, John.
No, I was.
Oh boy. better disconnect somebody's mic.
Not mine. No.
Dangers of couples and podcasting.
That's right. Well, Patrick, I don't know. By the way, we have a show together, Dar Harold and myself. We do the Soulmate Stories podcast. You can find soulmatestoriespodcast.com. And we've had some arguments lately over mics because this is the latest.
Yeah, somebody made a comment about that they like your new mic.
It's very pretty.
It is. I love it.
I got the gold one now.
Oh, I was going to say, I heard she had a gold mic.
Yeah.
That was Jim's former mic that we had previous discussions about.
I think it's horrible how we just cast them away.
Yes, exactly. So
but they found a home, so it's all right.
Doug is here, but I don't see his video. I thought I saw his video. I was going to ask him if he wanted to do some audio. Let's see. Doug, are you there? Checking once, twice, again? Is Doug there? And I had moved Rhonda out for a bit because it looks like she was moving her camera and things, and I didn't want to give her that privacy. We're not having any luck with Doug. If anybody would like to come in and do some video trivia, we'd love to do it. Basically, join that link that I posted, and I'm going to put it up again. Join the video, look in your comments, and it's a StreamYard link, and you click on that, and it's easy as pie. I would love for people to come in. That would be really, really great. Ron, what kind of story creeps you out the most?
Oh, that's easy. Not even a, I don't even have to think about it. Black-eyed kid stories.
Mm-hmm.
They just terrify the living daylights out of me. I just hit my mic with my hat.
So much that you
that I sit here and I'm jittering. I mean, look at this. I'm shaking. No, I don't know what it is about them, and they're the hardest to prove, of course. There's no pictures of these things. There's nothing to really to say that they're actually out there, but I'll tell you what, they terrify me. And those are the hardest ones. When I have to read a story about a black-eyed kid, I have a rough time. I really have a rough time.
Yeah, that's frightening. Patrick, I'm sure you've had that on your shows before, black-eyed kids. What are your thoughts on that phenomenon?
I actually haven't had an entire episode devoted to black-eyed kids, but that was going to be my question for Ron, because I was looking at his site and saw an episode about that. I can just say that at the beginning, when I first heard about black-eyed kids, I guess maybe 10 years ago, I thought, you know what, this is the dorkiest hoax in the world. But then the more I listened to stories, I'm not so sure. When you hear seemingly well-adjusted peeps talking about their experiences with these, beings or whatever, it's a little freaky. So I have to keep an open mind.
Yeah. We just had maybe a month ago, Brian Bethel, the person who kind of had the first modern day story that's really well known, that kind of started the whole trend in the 90s. He's a journalist, seems like a very reasonable guy. Same story he tells now is the same story he's always told. So it makes you think if these are out there. And I always think that maybe they're really something else, but they're shape-shifting somehow into these black-eyed kids. I think of Rosemary Ellen Guiley used to always talk about the djinn. And I wonder if that might be a possible explanation. So freaky stuff indeed.
Jim, one of the things that my research brought up when I was looking at this subject was that the first actual stories that were prevalent came out in the late 40s and in the Nevada area. And a lot of folks are of the opinion that quite possibly that the nuclear testing in Nevada at that time in the 40s had something to do with this phenomenon.
Wow.
I couldn't find any connection other than in the 40s, there were a lot of stories from that area. So who knows?
Yeah, could be. And they had things like this. Chris, who is our great moderator over at the Virtual Campfire Group, he says, loving the party. I'm streaming the show next door to one of the most haunted rooms in England. I wanted to stay in there, but there was no room for my daughter's travel cart. So, I don't, Dar's asking me how to chat with people. Do you have a capability on your front end to post a comment? I know that I can, but I don't know that you can. I think you have to go into Facebook and so forth and do that, I believe. Still learning this platform, but it's pretty cool. Lonnie is one of our greatest supporters. Hello, Lonnie. So glad to see you with us. He says he agrees. Black-eyed kids and dolls weird me out. The rest I can handle. So let's try Doug one more time here and see if we can get him in. Doug, can you hear us? Doug, can you hear us? We'd love to do some trivia with you. Doug, can you hear us?
He said he was having problems with his video. Yeah.
No, he must be having problems with his audio too, because we can't get him, unfortunately, but we'll try again. And I think Rhonda's trying to come back on, and we'll monitor that and bring her in there she is. Are you back with us, Rhonda? How are you?
Yeah. Oh, my dog knocked my phone over, and she was playing with her toy being noisy. And I'm just glad you kicked me out, because she's like, squeaking it. And then I went and got a little bit of a sort of a costume since I mean, you're lucky I got lipstick on the first time. So, but I went and got something out of my bedroom right quick. So I'm a little bit more festive now.
Well, there you go. There you go. Well, good to have you with us. Now, I'll put this out there and ask all of you. I'd done some shows with David Weatherly, who's a great paranormal researcher, and he talked about the ideas of tulpas, thought form.
Oh, yeah.
And he told examples of people who had thought of things and they were actually created. Now, Ron, for example, what do you think about the idea of tulpas? Because I think that's a really interesting idea.
No.
Okay.
Honestly, I can believe in a lot of things, but the power of suggestion going that far, no.
What do you think, Patrick?
I could definitely get behind tulpas before I could get behind black-eyed kids, I think. But I've read several stories of tulpas, and I think, or I wonder if a lot of the negativity that people talk about with Ouija boards, if some of that is coming from, people unaware that maybe they're kind of creating, people talk about Zozo and things like that,
right?
That they're kind of creating those negative experiences because of what they're expecting or what they are used to in pop culture seeing or hearing. I don't know. That's what pops in my head.
What do you think, Maddie? We got to get Maddie talking here. She's almost done for the night. We got to get her talking a little bit before we.
I am a wallflower. It's my deal. But as far as tulpas go, I don't know if I believe that they're literally true or not. But I can tell you it's a very, very old idea. Not the name tulpa specifically, but the idea that, belief made the gods in Greek mythology, for example, or, and I mean, obviously everything that people believe for a long time isn't necessarily true. But I feel like the antiquity of the concept maybe makes it a little more plausible in my mind.
Well, there was one interesting, David Weatherly's written a book about this. Interestingly enough, he does a lot of work on black-eyed kids. I think he's one of the most interesting researchers. So if anybody's interested in that, check out his work while I dab my mouth here. Trying to sound very erudite when I'm slobbering all over myself.
Oh, we all know it's you're intoxicated again, Jim.
I sound like
yeah, sure.
Hannibal Lecter over here.
Want a nice Chianti?
That's okay. I keep pecking my microphone.
Put that thing away. Yeah, watch what you're doing with that thing.
I have to have a very careful arrangement here.
Yes, exactly.
Sure.
Oh, that's a good one. Let's see if we get any more comments. Lonnie said the theory on the black-eyed kids, I think that's what he's referring to, was on Twin Peaks too. So Ruth says she's multitasking, watching Carrie while listening. There you go.
Oh no, you
Very
can't
nice.
be doing that.
Very nice. I think James might have been referring to my fangs. That looked creepy. That's true. So, Ron, I know you have one more story for us. Now, this one is in the category of a head scratcher. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. It's I think your favorite category, if I'm right.
Yeah, I love head scratchers.
All right, let's give that one a whirl. This tale was sent in by Sonia Black from Deary, New Hampshire. She sent it in along with a photo of the bread and breakfast that they stayed at in the story. I will include a link in the show notes. Sonia calls her story, I Got Yelled At by a Ghost. About 25 years ago, my husband and I were in Iowa to attend a family wedding, staying at a Victorian bread and breakfast called the Bishop House. When we reserved the room, we were told, I thought, it was called the Roman Chamber. But what exactly was Roman about it was not very evident. It was very beautiful, however, with a fireplace, stained glass windows, antique furnishings, and an amazing original marble shower in the bathroom. Unfortunately, the first night of the 3-day stay, it was impossible for me to fall asleep in the huge ornate bed But I chalked that up to excitement over the wedding and being in unfamiliar surroundings. Saturday, after the wedding and reception, we returned to our room exhausted. I fell asleep as soon as I laid down. Then the dreams began. In them, I saw a very angry man leaning over me, demanding to know why I was in his bedroom. He said, "Don't you know what a scandal it would be if I were found to have a woman in my bed?" I woke up absolutely terrified because the experience was so real, and slept maybe 15 minutes the rest of the night. You see, I didn't want to get yelled at again. The next morning I told my husband about my experience. He just said I had a vivid imagination, or maybe it was just too much cake and champagne. Sunday was our last day, and after breakfast we got to talking with the B&B hosts. They filled us in on the long history of the house. It's currently owned by St. Ambrose University. However, previously it was the residence of a Catholic bishop of Davenport, hence the name, the Bishop House. Then they showed us a book of clippings. I literally fell out of my chair and lost it. I saw the photo of my night visitor, Bishop Henry Rollman, who served from 1927 through 1944 and occupied the very room we'd been spending our nights in. Henceforth, the room was actually named in his honor the Rollman Chamber, not Roman Chamber. Sonia Black, Deary, New Hampshire. How about that?
What were your reflections on that one, Ron?
You know, those are the type of stories I absolutely love because you don't have to prove anything. You don't have to believe anything. It's a dream, all right? She had a dream. Now, if you want to put some kind of slant on it, hey, maybe she was actually thrown into the past and actually woke up in this guy's bed. And here we are with an actual priest coming in and seeing, a bishop no less, seeing a woman in his bed. I don't know, if you want to believe in time shifts, but either way, it requires no proof. And I love a story like that. It's just really weird.
Very good. You may want to flip that switch. I think we're getting a little feedback. There you go.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. But great stories, Ron. That's why I said Ron will deliver with some great stories. I guess, and I'll ask Patrick and Ron this because you deal with this all the time. Jessica here says, "Hey, I was recently attacked during the summer by something evil and it's still affecting me. I don't know if it was human or non-human spirit attack. Still trying to figure things out." I'm actually going to bring Rhonda in too for this. Rhonda, I was just saying, Jessica said, "Hey, I was recently attacked during the summer by something evil and it's still affecting me. I don't know if it was human or non-human spirit attack. Still trying to figure things out." Now I'll start with Patrick and Ron, and then I want to bring in Rhonda on this. Patrick and Ron, as hosts, I know it happens to me. People will say, "Well, what do I do?" And my answer is, I don't know. How do you guys deal with that? Because I usually say, talk to a trusted advisor, talk to clergy, maybe talk to some kind of medium that you trust or something. But I don't know what to tell folks. What do you tell folks when they come to you with stuff like that? Because I bet it's happened to both of you.
It has.
Yeah. One of the advantages of having a group, of your followers and listeners is that I tend to pass some of those things off to my group because I just happen to have a lot of either knowledgeable people or very spiritual people or psychics and mediums in the group. And I think they're really usually very sensitive to, just not bossing somebody around, but giving them their experience or knowledge. And so that's usually what I would do. I personally would probably suggest to be careful with the assumption from the very beginning that it's evil. I'm sometimes bugged by the categorizing of like spirits and hauntings. And because I think there's too many variables. There's, the variables of how do we each interpret a spirit trying to communicate with us? How, what abilities does that individual spirit have? And I get bugged by, this whole shadow people thing, shadow entity thing, and jumping to, well, it's evil and come get it out of my house. And I'm like, well, how do we know that's not your Aunt Millie? And that's the only way that she can muster up the energy to communicate. And then speaking of tulpas too, like immediately at the beginning thinking it's evil, that could be affecting how you interpret it. But I don't know.
Good points. What do you think, Ron?
Oh, this is easy for me because I have the psychic ability of that pumpkin back there. And so I make sure that if I can, I'll connect them with somebody that I know can help them. But honestly, I make sure they understand that I have no background in the paranormal. I have no knowledge of how to help them in the paranormal, but I have friends that do. And I will guide them that way. I will not attempt to even help them.
Rhonda, what do you think about this? When somebody says they have something they feel that is maybe impacting them?
Well, they're probably right. I mean, one of the things I say is that perception is everything. Now, the thing is that to the other people's points, it's true. You don't know that it was necessarily good or evil or neutral or whatever. My thing with the spirits, if it's a dead or any number of other kinds of spirits, imagine if you were thrown into, let's say, Russia with an invisibility cloak and you don't speak Russian and nobody can see you. And if you manage to try to knock a spoon over and somebody notices it or whatever, that's as much as they can see of you. That's often what it is like for the dead or other spirits, because the living are usually kind of dense or not able to understand that stuff. And so, sometimes it is just an effort for somebody to say something, to reach out, to tell their story. Could be your Aunt Millie or whatever saying hello. And it could be something nasty, but just because it's different and maybe you got a little spooked, that doesn't automatically mean you should be scared. Okay. So what I tell people is if you're having, medical health issues or different things that are coming up, that it could be something that maybe isn't, it could be evil, it could be not, but something needs to be cleared from you. And my other big thing I tell people is that the average person does not know anything about psychic self-defense and how to keep your own sacred space, meaning your body, your home, etc., clear of anything that might want to try and attach to you. And so that's one of the big things that I teach people. And in fact, I give that a class on that with my first reading that I do for somebody, or my first consultation with someone, just because it to me is so lacking. And there's a lot you can do to kind of claim that, okay, you can talk to me, but don't mess with me, that kind of stuff. So that's kind of how I tend to handle it. Usually, if somebody is there, I can often kind of tune in and get a sense what it is. But I think don't overreact. And just because of things you see on paranormal TV shows, which I have a lot of rant on that, but anyway, don't just assume it's the devil or Satan or an evil thing, even if it tries to say that it is. They could just be pranking you too.
What we're going to do, Rhonda, is I'm going to let you go because we have a studio full of people. People are starting to come in via video, and we only have 10 people in the green room. But tell people what your website is if they want to check it out first.
Oh, thank you. Well, first of all, I appreciated being on the interview with you. My website is innerguidanceondemand.com.
Very good. Rhonda, thank you for joining us tonight and giving us some great insight.
Thank you.
All right, let's put Debbie in the stream. Debbie, are you there? Can you hear us?
Hi, Jim.
Hi, how are you? Where are you calling from tonight?
Las Vegas.
Hey, well, maybe it'll be your lucky night. Would you like to play some trivia, and it doesn't even cost a quarter?
I'll give it a shot.
Okay. Let's see. I'm trying to remember. I think we need a new question. Yeah. Oh, wait, we never did answer this one. Good. Which spooky person died on Halloween. Yes. H.P. Lovecraft.
Okay.
Edgar Allan. Hey, you tried to talk with these fangs. All right. A. H.P. Lovecraft. B. Edgar Allan Poe. C. Harry Houdini. Or D. Vincent Price.
C. Harry Houdini.
Ding, 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 ding. We have a winner. So, all right. Debbie, please email me at jim@jimherald.com so we can get in touch and give you your prize. Your prizes are one of my Kindle Campfire books, a Campfire t-shirt, and 1 free month of Paradox. I keep saying Paradox. Parabox.
Oh, thank you so much, Jim.
Yeah, and by the way, I should
I
mention this.
appreciate it.
Paraboxmonthly.com, where you can explore a new paranormal mystery every month. And they do these really great t-shirts. Our daughters fight over them. Dar can tell you they're fantastic. And it's a puzzle. It's a t-shirt. It's great. Check it out, paraboxmonthly.com. Don't you? Am I telling the truth, Dar? They love those
absolutely.
shirts.
They love them. And they're so nice. I mean, they wash really well and they wear really nicely. And they're always looking for the hidden.
I'm very excited
message.
to be receiving one.
Very good. Well, Debbie, you have any questions before we get to the next person?
No, I don't believe I do.
All right. Very good. Thank you so much for being a part of the broadcast tonight.
Thank you. I enjoyed it.
Thank you. Bye-bye. All right. Well, Ron, I was going to ask you.
Okay.
What makes a great story? I mean, you are a curator of stories. What makes a great story?
Well, do you want the clinical answer or just the gut answer?
We've got 8 minutes, so give us both. No.
Well, a story has to have a beginning, a middle, and an end. No, you got to feel something. If you're telling a story and you're not feeling something, then it's not a story. And so when I look at authors' works, or when I'm working with people, or I hear people tell stories, I look for that feeling, something that says, hey, this story means something. And so to me, if a story has any girth to it, then it's going to make you feel something, whether it's laughter, whether it's horror, whether it's being totally amazed. Whatever it is, it makes you feel. And if it doesn't, then it's not doing its job.
At the beginning, we're talking about old time radio. Why do you think those people were so good at that? If you listen to that stuff, it's just tremendous.
Because they understood what I just said. They knew that they had two jobs. They had to tell a story, and not only tell you a story, but they had to show you the story in your head. So not only do they have to write down all these words and the scripts and create a story, but they have to add subtleties so you know where you are at any given time, what they're seeing, and how they're seeing it. And they did that in a number of ways, by key words that they would say, or a noise in the background that puts you on a street or in a car or whatever. And they took all that and they made you feel like you were there. And I just bumped the mic with my hat again. And
brings a whole new meaning to the word the Hat Man.
I was trying to do Men in Black, by the way, in case anybody's wondering. But anyway, so that's what they had going for them. And so they had limited tools. Like today, we can produce stuff like you and I recently for my 400th episode. You and I did a skit, and we were able to use some pretty modern techniques to make you feel like you were in a car, you were driving to Montana, and we did all that. But they had to do it with nothing other than the sounds that they could make on their own. So to me, that's what it's all about. And that's what they did so well, is putting you there even though you weren't.
Yeah, I agree. Doug got through. We got it going. Can you hear us, Doug? Oh.
We're getting closer, though.
Oh, no.
We're getting closer.
We're
Let's see
getting
if we can get
closer.
the audio.
We can
Doug,
see
you
him.
hang in there.
Oh, no.
You can see you.
That was such a sad face that we saw from him.
Because I was going to ask you a trivia question, but
Oh, is Mike?
you should be.
It says
You
his
should be
mic's
on.
muted.
Hey,
Yeah,
he can make
skip-
symbols. He could say, make an
He could
A,
hold
B,
up
or C.
a piece of paper with his answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, we'll do that. Well, that's what we'll do. And then we've got Eric
use sign
on the
language.
line. Okay, here, I'm going to give you a question. Here you go, pen and paper. Okay, let's see if we can see. All right. What does seeing a spider on Halloween signify? A, you'll die in a week.
Ike.
B, spirit possession. C, a loved one is watching over you. Or D, you will suffer a betrayal.
Can we hope for the right answer to be C?
Well, let's see. Let's A, B, C, D. Doug, what's your answer? A, B, C, or D? That's a B, isn't it?
I thought it's an A.
I think it's
It's
an A.
A. Well, either one is wrong. So
Oh my god.
Doug, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. And I'm assuming you were in the Air Force. Were you in the Air Force? Thank you for your service.
Yes.
Well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Thanks for being a part of the show tonight. And next year, you'll win.
And next year, you'll be able to talk to us.
Maybe our
Oh my God.
person Eric can talk to us. Eric,
Hey,
can
can you all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Look at his
Oh,
cool
this is
hoodie.
awesome. I'm so glad that you're doing this tonight, man.
Yeah, I like your shirt there, your hoodie. That's awesome.
Was I in the Air Force? No, man.
No. No, stay spooky. I like that. How about some trivia?
Trivia is good.
Okay, we'll go back to this. What does seeing a spider on Halloween signify? A, you'll die in a week. B, spirit possession. C, a loved one is watching over you. Or D, you'll suffer.
My sound's messed up, but I think the answer is A.
No. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm still rooting
sorry.
for C.
So, Eric, I need to find a new football team. Maybe you guys, the Bills, I think that might be the way to go.
The Bills, yeah.
They're doing nicely this year.
Not
You
like
could go
the
with the
Browns.
Packers.
My
I mean,
audio
they're
messed up.
only lost one game this year.
My sound's messed up, but I think
I
the
think
answer
you've
is,
got your speakers turned up
A.
too loud, so we're getting an echo.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. So what's your favorite show that we do?
My favorite show? Oh man, Campfire is awesome, but Ghost Insight is awesome.
Thank you.
Paranormal Podcast is awesome. Yeah, you got some good shows, man.
I like the way you think.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for your support. Thanks for playing trivia. Thanks for wearing my hoodie and getting my hoodie. I really appreciate it.
Cool. Yeah, let me go because my audio is messed up, but thanks for doing this, man.
Thank you. Thank you, Eric. Everybody, we have such nice people. Isn't it nice? We just have nice people. Nice people. I like nice people. We need more nice people in the world.
We sure do.
So, Ron, as we close out here, I mean, it's really been a lot of fun having you, and you really do a great job with your shows. I enjoy what you do, as do I enjoy what Patrick does. He does a great job with the Big Seance podcast. If people tune into Ron's amazing stories, what will their experience be?
I like to think of it as the Ed Sullivan Show. And the reason I say that is not because it's a really big shoe. The reason I say that is because you never know what you're going to get. I have everything from paranormal to funny to warm to heartwarming to anything. Old time radio. I do old time radio. I do classic science fiction from the pulp mags of the 50s. You just never know what you're going to find. So if you tune in each week, you're guaranteed at least something in the show is going to appeal to you. And that's what I strive for in Ron's Amazing Stories, is to find something for every person that listens.
Mark says, I know this is a spooky podcast, but the Old Adventures of Superman was an awesome radio show, and some podcasts still play them, right, Ron?
Yeah, they do. In fact, one of the very first podcasts I did was I played the Superman serials in order and commented on them. And then that podcast really failed. It bombed, but it was fun.
I like this. Louisa says, "Hi, Guard. So nice to see you."
Nice to see her. Kind
Yeah, great. And Ronnie says, "You never heard Dracula fussing about talking in his fan."
You just need more practice, maybe.
Okay.
Take those out before you come to bed tonight, though, please.
Mark says, "Wow, Ron, I've listened to the show. It's fantastic." So you have a
Thank
fan
you, Mark.
there, that's for sure. And Allison says that she's enjoying the show. And hey, I see somebody waiting in the room there who looks familiar to me. So Patrick, why don't you tell people what they can expect if they tune in to the Big Seance podcast? Because this was kind of impromptu. I'm so glad that you decided to join us tonight. That was great.
I'm really glad that you had me, so I appreciate that. I actually, you asked me that and I panicked and went, "Oh, let me go to my site."
What do I do anyway?
I immediately went to my story archives.
There you go.
So, actually, the most recent episode that I released was with the co-hosts of Ghostly Talk podcast.
Yeah, they've been way back before podcasts existed. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they have, everything archived from the 90s, right? I think. And then before that, I talked to Richard Estep, who I know you've also talked with.
Yep.
Who has some really creepy but awesome stories about Fox Hollow Farm.
Yep.
And so those are the last couple shows, and you can find me at bigseance.com.
Well, it's always great to talk to fellow podcasters and two great ones like this. Ron, thank you so much for joining us. I asked you at the last minute, and you're like, "Yes, I'll absolutely do it." In the email I sent out to all the other guests, I referred to you as Ron Wood, one of the Rolling Stones.
And I said he was a drummer, and that shows how much I knew.
But nevertheless, thank you so much for joining us tonight, and I hope everybody checks out Ron's amazing stories.
Hey, I do have one thing. If you want to hear Jim's acting ability, listen to episode No, he does a great job. If you want to hear Jim act, listen to episode 400. Jim was kind enough to come and do my 400th episode, and he actually did episode 100, 200, 300, and then he did 400. So let me thank you publicly for doing that and for taking part in that skit. That was a lot of fun.
Well, thank you. I always look forward to it. I know when those 100, you get the 100 level, I'm always honored to be asked. So thank you so much. I appreciate Ron, and you have a great night and happy Halloween to you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And then Patrick, thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. We have our next guest in the green room, just waiting to get on, but thank you. And you're freaking me out with that mask.
Well, thank you. And just know, in the spirit of Halloween, I'm off to go carve my pumpkins, and I'm going to be watching while I go carve.
Excellent. Well, happy carving. Don't cut yourself.
I'll do my.
Wait, if you do cut yourself, come by.
Jim will love your blood.
All right.
I will. I'll come by.
Excellent. Talk to you later. All right. Thanks, Patrick. Have a great night. All right. Next, we have another, and those guys were great. Ron and Patrick, kudos to them. They were great. Now, Maddie was going to do the first 2 hours, and I kind of left it to her. I messaged her and I said, "You can stay longer if you want to. You can leave. It's totally up to you." So it's up to you. If you want to leave, Maddie, that's okay. Because you got to be tired, but that's up to you, because I'm going to bring on a very special guest. Walter is on the line. Walter O'Dim. Oh, wait a minute. That's Micah Hanks.
Yay, Micah.
How you doing, Micah? How's it going? Well, obviously you are a silent movie star. I'm not hearing you.
Yeah.
Well, we'll figure this out. As Walter looks at his there you are. Yes. So how's it going, sir?
It's that same problem I usually have when Jim and I enter the room. I have to get him to stop talking so that people can hear me.
That's right. That's right.
No, he has the same problem with me. It's a podcasting thing, right? We're so used to talking into microphones all the time. But I'm going to tell you, when you're talking with Jim, you're talking with the best. So how are you guys doing? And happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween to you. And we've got the whole gang here, Dar Harold and Micah Hanks and Maddie and myself. And good to be. So, I mean, I know you rebranded with MicahHanks.com and a lot of things. What's going on these days with Micah Hanks and what are you doing that's new and exciting?
Micah Hanks. I know it's the name of the show, and it's one of many names. I mean, in the spirit of Halloween, I guess we show different sides of ourselves. As you can see tonight, I'm Walter O'Dim. Yet again, another name I've been known by, but there have been many. Some have called me Randall. Some have simply called me the Man in Black. There was a country singer who called me that once. And there was that holy man. It was a long, long time ago who asked me my name. And I told him, our name is Legion, for we are many. So we're known by many names. Mike is only one of them. And Halloween is one of those times of the year I get to show
your many sides.
Personalities, yes. So, no, if you catch the reference, Walter O'Dim was one of the many different iterations of that character that Stephen King featured in his
novel. That's right.
Randall Flagg from The Stand. He had been known as Flagg, the magician in The Eyes of the Dragon, but my favorite was in the Dark Tower series where he's known simply as the Man in Black, which I am. Look, I'm the Man in Black. It's even dark in here so that I can create that eerie ambiance.
There you go. I like it.
Yeah, but I love that character. And so, yeah, that's first and foremost, you got to establish who the heck are you for Halloween? So now you know.
Now you know. Yeah. And Stephen King is a favorite. We were just, my daughter had a friend over there and Stephen King's multi-generational. She's like, 16, 17 years old. And she's like, oh, I love Stephen King and I have his books and stuff. The guy's really just stood the test of time.
Oh, he really has. Yeah. And actually another nod to your character there, Jim, because I would say that one of those many iterations, although it wasn't one of Stephen King's, but Dracula, when he first appears before Jonathan Harker, they describe him as an old man standing there clad completely in black with not an ounce of color. So, you know,
adding a little color to it tonight.
Yeah, you've got a little bit of color, you know. You got a little color drooling right down there.
Yeah.
Dracula always had that problem, didn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, Dar and Maddie, your costumes are wonderful. I'm seeing a lot of black on your costumes as well.
Smart cookie. Dar is a smart cookie. And Maddie, what are you again? You said, and I forgot.
We've downgraded to Gothic Deer.
Gothic Deer. There you go.
Gothic Deer. And here I thought you were the magician from the cave walls of the Tre de Foix.
Had I thought of that?
So, Micah, I got to ask you, we haven't talked UFOs in a while. And I know this is a spooky show and it's Halloween, but to me, you know, I'm with the big tent philosophy. What do you think about the state of the UFO situation now? I mean, it seems like it's more and more in the public eye. Maybe it's being taken a little more seriously with the Tic Tac video, of course, that came out a couple of years ago in that recent interview that Joe Rogan did with the one pilot, which I thought was really interesting.
Oh, yeah.
If I could talk, excuse me. I gotta wipe a little drool.
You know, I could recommend a great dentist. By No, I guess it's a fitting question, the one about UFOs, considering you have a real MIB right here. But,
That's right.
Yeah. But, you know, it is actually funny that you would ask about that, because UFOs, I've told friends recently that as my interests generally have over the last couple of years shifted more and more in the direction of archaeology and anthropology, it has become increasingly difficult to get away from the UFO subject. I've covered that subject for years, and of course I've never wanted to leave it behind, but I mean, we grow, we change, and yet this is a very interesting time to be interested in the UFO subject. And as my interests shift, it's almost like that subject has lately just been calling me back stronger than ever. And how could it not? Many of us feel that way, because some are using the D word, and I don't mean Dracula, by the way. I mean disclosure. How many have been saying, look, are we seeing disclosure? I mean, with these videos being released, you know, there's so much that could be said and not enough time to say it all. But here's what we do know. Of course, we know that the Pentagon did have some sort of a program, or what I would at very least call a contract. What Freedom of Information Act request documents that have been released about the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program refer to it as a contract. It may have been a study of some sort. It may have been limited in scope, not some sort of a secret group of government insiders studying UFOs. Part of the problem is we don't know exactly what the extent of that was. We simply know that the government has had some interest in that subject, and that although not released through official channels, according to Pentagon spokespeople, there have been these 3 pieces of footage that were released. And I've got to give props to a good friend and colleague of mine, John Greenwald of the Black Vault. John was the very one who got the statement from the Navy saying, we didn't clear those videos for release through official channels, but we can also state that we can identify whatever those objects are in those videos. So it seems to have been the first time in history that I know of, Jim, that we've actually had explicit reference made to something in moving pictures, in videos, and no less with videos that actually have the kind of instrumental data associated with them that the Raytheon's at FLIR pod systems are capable of determining. I mean, they're heat signatures. They can utilize the tracking capabilities to discern certain things about the speed and other behaviors of these objects, whatever they are. But again, we've got the Navy pointing at that and saying, look, there it is. We can identify them. Now, I can't help but wonder, does that mean we don't know what they are?
Or we can't identify them in that we're not telling you?
I mean, again, there's a lot to be left to the imagination, as seems to be perennially the case with this subject. But my own feelings are that, it seems that we are perhaps, if nothing else, we are closer to getting to a point where there is acknowledgement from government rather than disclosure. Because again, look at what Edward Snowden, did you see him on Joe Rogan?
Yeah.
So there's Edward Snowden saying, look, I went looking for that stuff, just like Gary McKinnon, the UFO hacker, had a few years ago. If we're to take either of those men for their word, they've said, what, like anybody would, we went looking for that kind of information and didn't find anything. So I've always felt that there's probably a limit to how much information official government bodies would have. And in likelihood, they may have some information, but I don't think that they've got the full story. What little they have, we're now at very least, I think, getting some acknowledgement of. And so where we have to go from here is, I think we've got to look back at history. I think we've got to try and look at innovative ways that we can get scientists involved and look at perhaps furthering what knowledge we can glean about this phenomena, because it may be the biggest story of all time. Plain and simple.
Well, the thing is that video, I believe, is something. Now, could it be maybe a military experiment?
Yeah.
Could it be, it doesn't necessarily have to be a nuts and bolts kind of, what's wrong? Nuts and bolts craft. It doesn't have to be little green men. It could be interdimensional. I mean, what are your thoughts? What if you had to bet, what do you think it is? I mean, I don't think that's a fair question, but hey, I'm a guy with fangs. I reserve the right to ask unfair questions.
That's a tough question. That one really bites. But if I had to ask, if I'd actually, let me phrase it in terms of probability. I want to be clear when I give this breakdown. I mean, I'm not saying this is what I think UFOs are. I'm saying in terms of probability, here's what's most likely. To me, it is most likely that if we look out there in space and we don't find technosignatures or any kind of other evidence of advanced intelligence on distant planets, we don't see evidence of, they're harnessing the energy of their sun, Dyson spheres, advanced propulsion systems they're using to traverse the universe. If we don't see evidence of those things, it doesn't mean they're not there. In fact, I actually think that it is most likely that aliens are out there. But if we don't see direct evidence of them, the next question I have is, well, then would they be utilizing technology sophisticated enough to bring them from a distant galaxy to ours and to bring them to Earth? Now, while that's certainly possible, I would say that we don't have to look any further than Earth's atmosphere to find evidence of intelligent life here. Well, I don't know. That might be debatable, actually, whether or not the life here is intelligent. I guess that's a relative statement, but you know what I mean? We've got life, we've got technology here. And if there's one thing that is certain, it is that I think when we look at military technologies, there are reasons for secrecy and, again, secrecy with national security in mind, that all things that do exist and are known to exist may not be known on the public level. In other words, there is a limit to how much on the civilian level we will have access to and what information we will have. So I think that it's most likely, given that we have sophisticated technology here, not all of which is going to be accounted for on the civilian level, that we're probably looking, like you mentioned, at certain kinds of extremely advanced aircraft of our own design. Just because the Navy says they can identify them does not mean that they don't belong to another government agency. Slightly more tantalizing or even frightening possibility could be another government outside of the U.S. That's also been on the table. But one of the reasons that I think that's the first most likely, but right behind that, and almost of equal probability to me, and some would differ on this point, but I leave open the possibility that we're looking at some kind of a as yet unidentified, but nonetheless an intelligently controlled technology. Because if you go back to the Second World War, particularly this period right after the end of the war and just prior to the arrival of the so-called flying saucer era, which generally is agreed upon as being Kenneth Arnold's sighting in the summer of 1945 over Mount Rainier, Washington. To me, there's that period between 1945, 46, and early 47 where you're getting a lot of reports of unidentifieds, but they hadn't really broken through on the public consciousness level yet. There's, for instance, the account given by Captain Jack Puckett of Strategic Air Command, who was en route to MacDill Air Force Base in the summer of 1946, early in the morning, and his aircraft nearly collides with this great big rocket-like object that he described as being like the fuselage of one of the bomber-type aircraft, but which didn't have wings. He said it was just a fuselage, and it was producing a great big trail of thick red smoke. Now, it sounds like a bizarre mix between a flying saucer or maybe even a Tic Tac and something out of a Buck Rogers film, right? And it's interesting because what we begin to see is, I guess, technology that we couldn't identify at that time. Technology which seemed to be more sophisticated than anything we knew to exist. Technology which might not be on par with the UFOs that are described today, but nonetheless also something that is very esoteric in the way that it behaves and the way that it operates. And so, and again, before the so-called arrival of the UFO era. And when we look back to history and we see what's happening in that period, I think back and again, this is my historical researcher that looks back and goes, it's very difficult to account for those things in terms of the sort of bureaucratic upper echelons of government secrecy that we know in the national security state of today. I just don't know that an easy explanation is, our government's been working on these things. Were they working on them in 1946 too? Did Russian or China, or anybody else born aircraft fly in U.S. airspace in 1945, 1946, and were they capable way back then of this sort of thing? So, that's the other issue that we have to kind of cope with is in the historical context, the idea of the super secret craft from Earth is a little more difficult to cope with in those terms. So that's why I say that of equal probability, right there next to the idea that some of these things are our own, I lay open that possibility that maybe some of these things are a little less easy to explain. And that brings us to the question of, well, then where are they from? Are we dealing with extraterrestrial visitors, a crypto-terrestrial civilization from right here, interdimensional travelers, time travelers from the future? Any of the above or none of the above. But I would say this, that the next most likely possibility would probably have to be visitors from someplace else. And by that, I mean flesh and blood. Well, I don't know. Actually, it may not be flesh and blood. It may be intelligent. And yeah, they may have come here from someplace else, but I've always wondered about whether or not the actual denizens of the UFO craft might not be artificially intelligent rather than flesh and blood. That would help them overcome a lot of the issues of traveling through space. If they weren't flesh and blood like us, if they were essentially a machine kind of intelligence, like the AI we propose to create in the next few years, maybe they could travel through space more easily, and then the extraterrestrial hypothesis isn't as difficult to have to kind of cope with. So I would say that those are some of the possibilities. Order them in the likelihood that you wish, but again, those are the three that I think I deal with the most readily.
I had a guest who was on a couple of times, and a little bit of here, I'd like to bring Sandy back because she's always a lot of fun. If she has a minute and doesn't mind to do it, we bring her back on for a little bit, but just give her a couple minutes to get ready.
Sure.
Anyway, Nigel Kerner was on, and he thought that there were aliens visiting, and they were somehow, as you talked about, maybe robotic or AI or something. and that they were here. And this is a kind of out there theory, but his theory is they were here to collect our souls, because that's something that they didn't have. It's an out there theory, but it's one that's out there.
I talked with Nigel a few years ago, and very nice guy.
Mm-hmm.
The reason I reached out to him was because, again, he seemed to be dealing with the UFO subject in those same terms, that we may be dealing with some sort of a machine intelligence or some sort of an artificially intelligent derivative. Again, the concept here would be very similar to what we see in the Transformers films. You know, if we found evidence of machine intelligence that was piloting aircraft, or what we might liken to drones, which we recognize as their UFOs in our airspace, that wouldn't mean that alien life doesn't exist. It would seem to actually indicate that, well, these machine intelligences come from someplace. They must have been created by someone, right? And therefore, we wouldn't have to actually find biological aliens in this hypothetical we're dealing with here to prove that alien life exists. We may actually find or even meet with their intelligent machinery or technologies before we meet them. And so in that regard, I mean, again, that's a possibility. But when I reached out to Nigel, although he does seem to kind of share that idea, he, like you mentioned, looks at it through this, what I would, again, you know, in fairness, call a kind of more science fiction sort of a perspective, where because they're artificially intelligent, they're trying to come and harvest our souls so that they can be more like us. And I mean, my question is, interesting idea, but I mean, how do you prove something like that? So
yeah, it's kind of out there. Doug, who was on earlier, couldn't get his mic to work, but really has brought some major value here with this comment. He spotted a flying triangle hovering over McGuire Air Force Base when he was stationed there. So I love to hear accounts like that, and I'd love to know more, because, you know, I love credible people when they have credible reports. It's always fascinating.
Oh, yeah.
Sandy has joined us, Micah, and you'll notice the thing about Sandy is if you give her an inch, she'll take a foot.
You got that foot all right. Well, hey, Sandy.
There you go. Hey, we've got another person here. Joseph is in. Hi, Joseph. How are you tonight?
Joseph is muted.
Yep.
Yep. Let's see if we can unmute.
Can you unmute?
And we.
I'm doing good. How are you?
There we go.
Are you there, Joseph?
Yeah, I heard on my phone. Steve.
Yeah, I did too.
Oh.
Hi, Joseph. Are you there?
Hi, I am here.
Where's here? Where are you at?
Yes, great show.
Thank you. Where are you calling in from tonight?
Virginia Beach, Virginia.
Would you like to play some trivia? Would you like to play some trivia?
Sure.
Okay. Well, let's bring it up here. All right. It sounds like you have some spooky music in the background there. All right. Okay. I don't think we got this. We didn't get this one answered, so we'll give it up here. Joseph.
That's the Halloween Village.
Okay. What does seeing a spider on Halloween signify? A, you'll die in a week. B, spirit possession. C, a loved one is watching over you. Or D, you will suffer a betrayal. Can you hear us? Which one, Joseph?
I think it's D.
Unfortunately, that is incorrect. But thank you for playing. And thank you.
Yes, I think it's D.
Yes. Unfortunately, that's incorrect, Joseph. But thank you for playing, and we appreciate you. It's the way it goes. Well, thank you so much, and enjoy the show, and enjoy that cool Halloween village in the background. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
And Joe was having a good time there with the Halloween village. I got to get one of those. We've got a Christmas village, but we don't have a Halloween village. Sandy.
I saw a question that for Micah to answer on Facebook.
Excellent. Well, let's find it here.
It's from Al Cope.
I think it's in the chat. He wanted to know if there is possibly a base on the moon. I presume he is asking if we have a base on the moon.
I don't know, but you're the man.
Okay, well, we could go both ways here. Jim, have we not talked about this on one of the paranormal reports that we did?
I think we have. Mike Barra, for example, doesn't he believe the moon, or has written about the moon being artificial?
Yeah, I think he has, and a number of others have. What we do know is that Norio Hayakawa actually, I think, was the one who recovered documents that showed that as early as the 1950s, the United States Army had been looking at the possibility of a moon base, a lunar base, with the strategic implications of being able to have a lunar base. But as we found, I think, with going to the moon during the Apollo mission era, it's harder to get there and harder to get home than we would have initially thought. Right now, again, there are a lot of prospective efforts to get back to the moon. I think that more than it being a military interest, I think that it's something that would be of interest in terms of mining and energy, because, again, on the Mare plains on the backside of the moon, you got to keep in mind that the moon, basically, one side of the moon is always facing Earth as it orbits around us. And therefore, that backside, the far side, or the dark side, if you're a fan of Pink Floyd, is constantly being bombarded with solar radiation. And so that what's called the Mare plain on the backside of the moon has a very different kind of a composition than the side, the man on the moon, the face of the moon that we always see. And it's very rich in the isotope known as helium-3, which may have a lot of different possible energetic applications with regard to fusion and other things in the future. And so it's long been proposed that the moon would be a unique source of mining, that helium-3, and that would be something that would be a U.S. interest. But again, in terms of there being evidence of a actual base on the moon, one reason I don't think we have one yet is because there's an awful lot of lunar photography available to us now. With the satellite technologies and with previous trips to the moon and the photography that was carried out during the Apollo era, and of course with subsequent missions, including missions conducted by China and other nations, we've gotten a whole lot of imagery of the lunar surface, the side that we see and also that far side. And based on the data that we have about the moon, again, if there were any kind of structures or any kind of an actual base there, I feel like it would be something that most of us would be aware of. But then again, I don't want to say something that sounds naive, because I've also just made the argument that we probably don't know about all the different kinds of aircraft in our skies of our own design. So we could leave that possibility open that maybe we do have a lunar base. I don't think that's any more crazy than the idea of aircraft. It's just it would be a lot more difficult to get up there and back. And in terms of, do we have a base up there? To me, it always comes back to, is this something that is strategically beneficial? Is it going to be something that is doable with the current technologies we know that we have? But again, if there are advanced technologies that we possess that most of us on the civilian level don't know about, that might actually make it more easy to reach the moon, and therefore that might make the idea of a lunar base essentially feasible. Who knows?
I want to talk about some archaeology stuff too. I don't want to just hit you with the UFO question all the time, because that's not totally fair.
No, the UFO thing is hot right now. And again, I mean, I appreciate you asking about it, because I think it's so important. In fact, I haven't said anything about this yet, and I want to just hint at it right now. But again, my intention over the next few months is to undertake a very serious, very thorough historical research project with regard to the UFO subject, because I was talking with MJ Benias the other night, and he's a history teacher.
Yeah.
And one of the you love history too, and that's one of the reasons I always enjoy talking with you, Jim.
You resonate.
We both. Well, I mean, he's got those ravishingly white, sharp fangs that strangely are appealing for some reason, But apart from his good looks, no, I mean, Jim and I share this passion for archaeology. But when I was talking with MJ, one of the things we had been trying to address is the fact that, there are people who call themselves UFO experts. And we were kind of batting this idea back and forth. How can you be an expert on something that we know so little about? I think that the most you can be an expert in really is the history of the development of thought in relation to that subject. You could be an expert on UFO history, but it's very hard to be an expert on UFOs when we're still trying to figure out what they are. So again, I'm very glad you asked about that subject, because I think we really need to be looking at this subject historically and also scientifically, and also in terms of the relationship between whatever little information we have about this and what government interest there may be in it from this point moving forward.
I do want to make a note because it seems like we've not had a lot of people coming in playing trivia throughout the comments, and you can see them in the comments on Facebook and so forth. There's a StreamYard link. That's how you get into be on video and to play trivia. So if you want to play trivia, just click on that link, come on with your webcam and your computer, and we'll give you a trivia question. I hope somebody can do that. All right. One last thing I wanted to ask about was this consensus about Stanley Kubrick directing the moon landing. Mark says no, and I probably say no too, but what do you think about it, Micah?
Do I think that Stanley Kubrick directed the moon landing? No. Although I think that I understand why some people think that. In fact, I read a book by an art historian just maybe a couple of years ago. Really great book, but at one point in the book, he talks about Stanley Kubrick coming out on camera and admitting to having participated in faking the moon landings. I almost wrote a letter to the publisher because
there's no record of anything like that.
No,
that I know of.
But there was a video where an actor, as part of again, I think it was actually some sort of wasn't in no way a documentary. It was some sort of a theatrical project that someone had been working on. But again, there was an actor that didn't even resemble a Stanley Kubrick who was sitting there on camera pretending to be Stanley talking about this. That video a few years ago actually made the rounds, and there were people asking, is this really Stanley Kubrick? They didn't know if this was him or not. They didn't know enough of what he looked like to know whether this was him or an actor portraying him. I can assure you it was an actor, but nonetheless, when this was being circulated, it was compelling enough to some people that they took it simply as being Stanley with a deathbed kind of confession. And again, I have actually seen that video, fraudulent though it was, referenced in some fairly scholarly works as being Stanley Kubrick admitting to the moon landing being a hoax. That's not true at all. We went to the moon. You know, I've got friends who work with the space program. We've talked about it plenty of times. I've seen many of their rebuttals online about this. I don't think that Stanley Kubrick was involved in any way with regard to the NASA programs, although obviously he was involved insofar as being interested in space travel and at the state of the art, I guess, at the time that he was making films like 2001, he wanted to try and replicate that on camera and to try and be able to convincingly portray outer space in a film like 2001. But again, you see similar claims made about John Chambers, special effects artist who had worked with the Planet of the Apes films and the like, and that he had been the one who had made the suit that appeared in the famous Patterson-Gimlin film depicting a female Sasquatch at Bluff Creek, California in the late 1960s. Again, this is almost a trope that you see in this sort of research where if it looks so good, then we've got to try and find somebody in Hollywood who could make it look that good. The fact is, Chambers never claimed that he was involved in the Patterson-Gimlin film, and Stanley Kubrick was certainly never in a position where he ever came out and claimed to have faked the moon landing. That's all just rubbish.
Hey, well, yeah, I think so. Aurora, who is very helpful to us, she helps us out by listening to shows. Quality control, folks. If you hear the shows and there are no mistakes, that's because of Aurora. She says happy Halloween. So happy Halloween to you, Aurora. And Maria is joining us. How are you, Maria?
Hi, Jim. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm great. You want to play some trivia?
Oh, sure. Why not?
Why not? All right, let's do it. Okay, let's see here. What does seeing a spider on Halloween signify? You'll die in a week? Spirit possession? A loved one is watching over you, or you will suffer a betrayal?
Last one's a little intense, huh?
Yeah.
C?
Oh, you win.
Oh,
yay. Good for you, Marie. All right. We will make it happen. Do you have a question for the panel? Oh, who's that, Sandy? Who's that guy?
That's my ex-boyfriend.
Is his name Unwin Henson?
He looks a little like Rowan Atkinson.
He does, Mr. Bean.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go. Do you have any spooky questions for the panel tonight, Maria?
I'm afraid not, Jim. I just wanted to say hello.
Oh, well, it's good
Happy
to see
Halloween.
A woman of few words.
A woman of few words. Well, Maria, thank you for joining us. We appreciate it. And congratulations. And then that was a tough one because we had, 3 or 4 people guess on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So there you go. All right, very good. Well, thank you, Maria, for playing tonight, and thanks again for watching.
Yeah, of course.
All right, we have a winner.
We have a winner.
Okay. Well,
winner, chicken dinner.
I'm winner, chicken dinner. I wanted to talk to you, Micah. I know we talked all about UFO stuff, but you absolutely have had a lot of focus the last couple of years about archaeology. What is it about archaeology and ancient mysteries that really appeals to you so much?
Well, I've always loved history, but I've also been up there in your neck of the woods, and again, maybe one of the saddest stories I can imagine was told to me by Dr. Bradley Lepper, the Ohio history.
I interviewed Brad Lepper 30 years ago almost.
Wonderful man, wonderful archaeologist, just someone whose opinion on those sorts of issues I truly respect. And we interviewed him, my colleague Jason Ventrell and I, too, a couple of years ago. And one of the stories he told, it was so sad because he was talking with this gentleman and everything, and he was referencing a series of Indian mounds across the street. And the guy says, "Across the street? You mean right there? I thought that was a golf course." And
yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, up there, especially around Chillicothe, and
Yep.
Some of those remarkable earthen mound complexes, Mound City, of course, being one of the preeminent ones there in the region, although there are others. A lot of people don't even know that they're right there in their backyard. And so not only am I fascinated with the actual physical remnants of structures and things along these lines and other evidence in the archaeological record, but again, there are so many questions that we still have, not only about North America, but really about the entire world in terms of, early migrations into North America, possible exchange between cultures in ancient times. There are just a lot of questions, which is one reason why in December of this year, I'm actually going to be traveling to Portugal and then catching a plane, hopping over to the Azores because, again, I'm fascinated with some of the history and the archaeology of that part of the world. There's a wonderful archaeological museum over in Portugal. I'm also hoping to early next year head west and visit the famous Spiro Mounds out in Oklahoma. I travel a lot, and I'm fascinated with this. And again, I do have a few areas of particular interest that are specific to this research that I've undertaken, which we could talk a little more about. But I mean, comprehensively, on the whole, I love studying where the human story, came from, where we came from, what the human story is, and what aspects of the ancient past, we can learn about, and how that maybe enriches our lives in better ways today.
Some people believe the ancients had some supernatural secrets, and that's hard to say with supernatural secrets.
Supernatural secrets.
But anyway, as I was saying,
were you saying it?
I feel like the ancients has some kind of metaphysical knowledge that has been lost. Looking at the archaeological record, sorry I'm taking this very serious question and ruining it. But Micah, what do you think? Do you think that there's something to that, or do you think it's just people trying to layer on things to explain the great accomplishment of ancient people and maybe not giving them enough credit? What are your thoughts?
Well, it is a lot of the latter. And, there's a great field textbook on archaeology. Yes, I know. I'm the kind of guy who sits around and studies UFO history and reads archaeology textbooks on the weekends,
That's why we love you.
Yes, exactly. But I mean, again, this particular textbook I'm referencing, one of the co-authors was Ken Fader, and he, yet again, is a very skeptically minded, but an archaeologist that people should go and they should listen to because he has wonderful perspectives on archaeology. And he and his co-authors in his field guide to archaeology had written that they hope to try and instill in archaeology students an interest in the scientific processes as it relates to archaeology, and to try and demystify what many perceive as a sort of mystical element with regard to archaeology. Now, I actually agree with that when we're talking about let's study the ancient past, who built the pyramids and how did they build them? Well, again, Egyptians built the pyramids. And again, there's historical reference that you can find on the Giza Plateau that illustrates that. There are still questions about how the pyramids were built, but to try and say that, ancient aliens came down and built great big mud pies, I don't think that that's an accurate representation of the ancient past. But by the same token, do I think that there were metaphysical beliefs, perhaps spiritual practices and things that various cultures from ancient times, even up to the present day, have harnessed, and that perhaps have somehow been forgotten or have been cast aside as a result of the sort of modern paradigm of strictly practical, again, we have a very materialistic kind of culture, especially in the West today. Do I think that we've lost some things as a result of that? Yeah, I absolutely do. If you look at the shamanic traditions and you look at the consistency between shamanic practices and the spirit quests, the visions, the visionary experiences, where they not only have this fascinating and there's a remarkable consistency between different cultures when it comes to these sorts of altered states of consciousness, out-of-body experiences, and things along these lines, where they describe these sorts of breaking apart of oneself and then this reassembly and this deepening of their own self-knowledge through this process. Again, do I think that that's communication with extraterrestrials? I don't think so, no. Do I think, though, that there is something to be said for the sort of inner wisdom that one gleans from having those sort of, again, what we would call metaphysical experiences? Whatever the source of that, whether it comes from right here or someplace else, yeah, I absolutely think that that is instrumental. On a cruise I went on a few years ago, where we actually went down to Belize and we visited the city of Lamani. The city, it's actually Lamani in Belize means the city of the sunken crocodile, I believe, and it was a Mayan complex, which presumably been Olmec before that. But going there and seeing the structures is one thing, but again, there's what's called the Banisteriopsis caapi, the liana vine that grows all through that part of the jungle. And this is one of the key ingredients in what, even today in parts of South America, many shaman use and call ayahuasca or yage. And a couple that came with us on that trip, when we were there on the actual Belizean mainland, it was an ecological tour that took us out there, which was convenient for me because when I saw this vine hanging all over the place and I recognized it from my ethnobotanical studies, I asked them, I said, "Is that liana?" And they said, "Yeah, it is." I recognized it. But this couple that was with me had traveled to Peru a number of years ago, and they're wonderful folks. Neil and Jamie were still friends and stay in touch, but they had traveled to Peru. They had never experimented, with hallucinogens or anything like that. But Neil had a sort of a yearning due to some experiences from early in his life to have an ayahuasca experience. And the experience that he had helped him to kind of come to terms with some familial things that he had experienced early in his life. But the story, there's not enough time to get into it right now. But it was, nothing short of an almost supernatural experience. Now, if you're under the influence of a hallucinatory, chemical compound like dimethyltryptamine, that is the active hallucinatory ingredient in the yage, the ayahuasca, if you have that coursing through your veins, sure, the easy explanation is this is a chemical compound and it's affecting you. It's inducing this altered state of consciousness. But that's not, to me, what's important. The important part is that the people who come away from that experience, many people who have had the ayahuasca experience in a controlled setting like that, talk about a sort of spiritual rejuvenation that they go through. Graham Hancock, has written about this because he's gone there, he's experienced that, and he described his own very kind of transformative experience. And although I may not agree with all of Graham's perspectives when it comes to archaeology, I think he's absolutely right when he says that there's a sort of spiritual sickness in the West. And I don't think it's metaphysical mumbo jumbo to recognize that as we become so hyper materialistic in the West that maybe we're losing aspects of something that in the ancient world, in simpler times where people looked at the stars every night because they didn't have Netflix they could binge on constantly, and they were they were in tune with the cosmos in a way that we, even in this age of science and astronomy and the internet, that we don't seem to have that same sort of awareness of. Maybe we are missing something. I absolutely think so.
Could very well be. Well, Sandy, I know you're always very insightful. I know you've been watching shows with me and Micah for a long time. Do you have a question for Micah? Because I would think that you would have something in mind. You always have a good question.
Does he have a couple of hours? I mean,
Got all the time we need.
well, where I'm just trying to think how to phrase this. Where would you most, archaeologically speaking, where would you most like to experience? I mean, where would you like to go? What is on your like big bucket list? Or, like, and do you do it? Are you seeking? Are you going to those archaeological sites just for the history, or is there also a spiritual component to what you're seeking?
Well, those are good questions. First of all, I'm not a professional archaeologist. I'm just an avocationalist, and I just want to be clear on that, just because anyone at home, if they're watching or listening, I wouldn't want to misrepresent myself as an archaeologist. I have the pleasure of working with some true professionals in the field, and that's one of the most wonderful and educative aspects of what I do. My own personal interest is fueled by the professionals, people with PhDs and people who are experts in cultural resource management and all different aspects of modern archaeology, whose expertise has been my experience in the field, learning from them. And so I've been able to visit a lot of my bucket places. My bucket places include, for instance, the Meadowcroft Rock Shelter in Pennsylvania. Got to go there and actually talk with J.M. Adavasio, who excavated that site beginning in 1973. But as far as places I would like to visit, Tom Dillahay, who now I believe teaches at Vanderbilt University in Nashville, around the same time in 1973 began excavations at a site in Chile called Monte Verde. I would love to go to Monte Verde. And there's a wonderful gentleman named Philip Rios down in that general area around Monte Verde. Actually, I guess it's Monte Puerto Montt. I'm trying to remember all my Chilean names. Puerto Montt, which is near Chiloé Island. Felipe actually lives there, and he has written to me a few times. And so we kind of have a standing invitation. And with any luck, maybe I'll be able to get down there to Chile and visit that area. But that's certainly a place I would like to go. Who doesn't want to go to Egypt and see the pyramids? And, as far as there being like a kind of universal cosmic message, I can't imagine anything sadder than political tensions in the world of today, placing limitations on the kinds of places that you can safely travel to. Although one thing that is more sad than that is the destruction of the historic record through archaeology, through texts, artifacts and the like, by people based on a narrow-minded ideological perspective that, these things are evil or these things are against this person's belief system or that person's belief system. And yet here in the 21st century, we still see those things. I say all that because it's unfortunate, but that makes it difficult to travel to some of those bucket list places. But in a perfect world, I would love to go to Egypt. I would love to go to China. I would love to go to Australia. I would love to go to the Altai of Russia. I would love to go to the North Pole and the South Pole. I'd love to go to every place in the world and learn as much about the ancient past as possible, because the comprehensive picture that appears to be emerging, and we keep seeing more and more of with every passing year, is that people in the ancient world, they weren't static, they were getting around. And it seems that there were a lot of transmissions of ideas and cultural traditions and practices and technologies even throughout different parts of the ancient world. And that's really fascinating. Trying to unravel this ancient human picture is one of the most incredible things in the world. But now where I guess I would draw that line in the sand between, I guess, my professional friends and me, is that many of them, they want to keep it well, and I understand and I respect why they want to keep it completely in the realm of traditions, or I should say traditional academic approaches to archaeology. No, I'm not going to start saying that I think there are lost civilizations, or that I think that aliens built the pyramids, but I am going to say that if we're going to talk about anthropology, I don't see why more professionals are not interested in the actual literature. Some of it in Native American traditions, some of it in recent historical documentation here in America pertaining to what is known as Sasquatch. That may seem like a crazy idea to a lot of people, but again, if you actually read the historic information pertaining to that subject, I would, again, say one of two things is going on here. Either we have a widespread tradition from around the world in belief in wild men, wild people, and that should be of interest to anthropologists, the cultural belief and the persistence of that belief. Or there really are creatures out there, as are described, as policemen have claimed to have seen, as some scientists have claimed to have seen. Again, one of the most incredible stories I've ever read was a story that was passed along by a man named Arkady Tishkov. And he was a scientist on a Russian, it was actually a joint Russian and Chinese glaciological expedition in the 1980s in part of the Himalayas. And he wasn't up there looking for the abominable snowman, but at one point while he was there in broad daylight on this particular mountain ridge, he observed what he thought was a person on a ridge adjacent to him. And as he moved toward this individual, he began to realize that it was a short, 4, maybe 5 feet tall at most, but he said it was a ape-like creature that resembled an orangutan or a gibbon, but walking on 2 legs. And he said that it sent a cold chill down his back the moment that the thing came up behind a rock and stopped moving. And he said it was obvious that whatever this creature was, it was looking right at him. He took photographs of it. Now, he was at a great enough distance that the photographs didn't come out all that well. You can clearly see something, the head protruding from behind the rock. But again, if people are taking photographs, if people are recording sightings, if people are casting footprints, as the archaeologist Myra Shackley wrote in her wonderful book back in 1983, Still Living, Sasquatch, Yeti, and the Neanderthal Enigma, myths and folklore don't leave footprints, folks. They don't. So I think we have to look at the possibility that there's a physical phenomena there. And yes, anthropologists should take that seriously.
I agree.
I would think so. And I got to say this, you talk about strange creatures. I just saw a strange creature come into the frame. Dar, who is that?
Oh, this is our little sailor boy, Teddy. Wait a minute, you got to cover up your harness. We don't want to. There we go. But he won't wear his little hat, and I can't say that I blame him.
Oh, but it looks so cute.
Would you try for a minute? Would you just try, and then we'll take it right off?
Oh boy,
This is so. I know he hates this. This is so. I feel like this is cruelty to animals.
If
Come
you
here,
don't
sweetheart.
try on the hat, how are you ever going to make your way onto the Cracker Jack box?
That's right. Come here,
That's
buddy.
exactly right.
There we go. There we go.
Here we
Look,
go.
Just for a minute. Just for a minute.
This is
I got to get his ears
big
in.
reveal. Hold on, big reveal.
Yeah, his ears. Poor baby.
What we've been waiting for.
Dum, 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 dum.
Oh, look at him. Oh, God, that's cute.
Show your hat. There we go. There we go.
He looks so tough. Boy. He's like,
Poor baby. I'm taking it off.
I think
really
Teddy needs a trim.
Huh, you hate that stupid thing, huh? But you'll wear your shirt all day long.
He loves his shirt.
You like the shirt?
He has a nice
Oh,
sweater. He looks like he's preppy.
I used to have a dog that wore a little shirt like that, especially in the wintertime. Yep.
Yep, that was good. And someone said Teddy is so handsome. So there you go.
Certainly is.
He said, "You're handsome. Are you handsome?" He's scraggly right now.
Nobody knows it. He's kind of like me.
Ah,
I'm shocked he wasn't afraid of you.
Jim, you got to quit doing that. You're scaring me every time you do that.
Well, every time I do it, I like freeze, and you think my video is frozen.
Like, oh, God, there
Oh,
you go again.
gosh.
Anyway. So, Micah, your shows these days, where can people tune in? What can they consume? Where do you direct them?
Well, people can tune in at my website, micahhanks.com. And we've got a Halloween special. All that we're making available to consume is blood. But, no,
Oh, that sounds like my speed.
yeah, right. Yeah. No, I mean, I've tried to kind of sort of simplify things because I'm someone who, because I'm involved in so many different areas of research and I've got several different podcasts I do, I'm a lot like you in that regard. And so, ladies and gents, who naturally do I go to for advice about these things? You guessed it, our vampiric friend here, Jim Harold. I mean, and Jim, I called you a few months ago and I said, man, I'm thinking about doing some rebranding. What do you think? And yeah, Jim said, I think it's a good idea and go for it. So, yeah, I guess that makes you're like the Darth Sidious to my Darth Vader. You're the mastermind behind, you're the architect of everything. No, you are truly, I think, someone who many podcasters in that way look up to and they've come to you for advice. I got to meet in person finally Scott Philbrook from Astonishing Legends the other day, good friend of ours. And we're sitting there having a wonderful Oktoberfest beer right here in Asheville. And he had said, Jim Harold is just the man. He's the guy that we all look to. He's been doing it longer, and he's the guy who knows how to do this stuff. So again, taking your advice, following, your cues, and some of your wonderful advice on this, I've tried to kind of make things simpler. And if you're interested in archaeology or you like the paranormal stuff, if you're really interested in the UFO phenomena and my ongoing chronicling of that, I don't have to tell you a list of websites a mile long. Go to micahhanks.com. You'll find all of it right there.
I like it. Doug's here. He's been here a while, so I want to say, hey, Doug.
There he goes.
We can hear you now, right?
Do you have a voice?
Can we hear you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yay!
Yeah. Well, I guess the laptop works a lot better than the desktop.
There you go. Well, really, what do you think, guys? He didn't really play trivia before because we couldn't hear him, so I don't think that should really count, do you? I think he should get to play again, don't you? Okay, well, let's do it then. All right. Here we go. Doug, here's your question. The mask of the following actor was painted white and used for the original Halloween movie: A. Donald Pleasance, B. Bela Lugosi, C. William Shatner, or D. Vincent Price. So I guess it was it Michael Myers? When they made his character, they had that mask. It was actually a mask of one of those four actors. Which one was it?
Well, that would be my buddy Bill Shatner.
You got it.
Yeah.
Woo! Woo!
Yeah, Judy and I met him at the original series studio tour in Ticonderoga, New York.
Oh, cool. I really like him. I like him a lot.
He's a pretty cool guy.
Yeah.
Along with Denise and Michael Kuda, they were there also.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Well, that's pretty neat. Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, Doug, thank you so much. Thank you again for your service. I'm glad we could finally hear your voice, and I'm glad you won trivia. Congratulations. And email Jim at jimharold.com with your details, and you will win a Kindle Campfire book, one Campfire t-shirt, and let's see, one copy of Hornbeam Hollow. And yeah, so you email us, and that'll be great. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jim.
All right, have a great
day. When we speak to you once, we sent an email a couple of times that Judy and I would certainly like to leave our story at Soulmates one of these times too.
Oh, yes, please, come on.
Yes, please go to soulmatestoriespodcast.com. At soulmatestoriespodcast.com. In fact, it'll pop up here under Dar's name, and you could submit there, and we'd love to have you on the show.
Well, thank you very much.
That would be great.
Thank you. You have a great night. Thanks, Doug.
You too.
Bye-bye. I think we lost Maddie. I think Maddie may have left. I don't know if you can hear us, Maddie, but thank you for being there all night and very supportive and helpful. And what I do is very dependent on Maddie. She is a great assistant producer for what we do, and I really appreciate it.
Sandy wants to say something.
Yes.
That's a good question. Any hopes to resurrect? No, probably not totally. The paranormal report with both of you, or even just see you and Micah do something together again. I mean, because you guys play off each other pretty good. Maybe do a round table. You always keep saying you're going to do some kind of round table, Jim. But I know you're busy, but come on.
No, we'll do some more stuff together. We're going to do some more stuff together. We've even talked about doing something using this platform, at least a one-off for fun or something. So you've not heard The Last of Us. What do you think that's an accurate portrayal, Michael?
Oh gosh, yeah. I mean, we're always batting around ideas. That's a great thing. I have often gotten involved in different podcasts with people over the years just because the people I'm doing those shows with are people I like, and it gives me an opportunity to keep in touch with them. If we're having to commit to doing a podcast, even on a semi-regular basis. And even though the Paranormal Report, which was actually the sort of revivification, of an existing podcast that you had done with our good pal Clayton Morris, you were kind enough to bring me in with that. When that went away, I knew I would still be working with you, Jim, just because you've always kept in touch, and you do. And so, yeah, even if there isn't a consistent podcast coming out every week, again, the problem with that is there have been a lot of changes with the podcasting industry the last couple of years. Some of that has made it very difficult for podcasters on the business side of things. There have been, of course, there's the family side, Jim and myself and schedules and everything. So, but yeah, the great thing is that Jim, busy though he is, busy though I am, we always stay in touch, and we're always here. We are right now. We always find ways to do stuff. So,
oh yeah, it may not be every week or anything, but a few times a year you're going to see us together doing something. I'm sure. I haven't asked him yet, but I plan on doing a UFO roundtable with him and Ryan Sprague, and if they're available and willing to do it, and I think we might be recording something in the next couple of weeks here. So, so maybe not weekly, but certainly we'll be doing some things. Micah, thank you so much for joining us tonight. I really appreciate it. It's always great to catch up with you. And thank you. I got to the trivia real quick. I just wanted to say thank you for those kind words of you and Scott. It's affecting me so much. I'm drooling.
Oh, bless your heart. Well, you and Dar and Maddie and Sandy, great to see you too. I mean, it's always wonderful. And usually around the holidays, right? I think, is this the second or the third Halloween thing we've done? Or
third,
maybe third.
The third time I've joined you guys. And like you mentioned, it's been a sort of a tradition that we get a roundtable group together around the holidays and do that. And so it's always my true pleasure to be able to just be a part of anything you guys are doing. And I hope maybe next time I'm up there chasing the ancient past in Ohio, I'll get to come visit you guys and sit down, finally get to meet you, Dar, in person.
I know.
Yeah, I've been waiting for
Micah was so kind for Jim's birthday to send some wishes, something we compiled for him, and that was really nice of you. Thank you.
Yeah, Micah is a great guy.
He is
intellectual, very interesting, talk to stuff, but just a great person. Micah, thank you again. Happy Halloween. I hope you get lots of treats, not many tricks, and we'll be talking soon.
Well, happy Halloween to all you guys, and just remember, ladies and gents, once you go Man in Black, you never go back.
There you go.
There we go.
Good night, Micah Hanks. Check him out at micahhanks.com. Bye-bye, Micah. Micah's great. Micah is great.
He is.
How's Teddy holding up there?
Teddy is, he's tired. Are you tired?
Oh.
He is tired.
Yeah. Now, folks, last chance. We've got a couple more trivia questions left. So if you want to win, follow that link.
My golden mic. Where's my golden mic? Did you see that one come through?
It's over in the studio here. She's in a different room.
Yes.
So we have two more questions. So I'd love to give away those prize packages. So please, please, please join the video at the link that we provided, and we'll bring you in and ask a question. We have a final guest. We're kind of waiting on him, and when he comes, we'll get him in, and he's a biggie, so I think you'll enjoy him when he comes about. And we have really good participation tonight. Louisa wants to know, cute dog, what is her name? It's actually he.
It's Teddy.
Mm-hmm.
Teddy is how long have we had him now? Because he's our rescue puppy. Somebody did not want this poor baby and treated him so poorly, but we were so lucky to get him, huh?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So we didn't choose his name. The other one is sleeping on the couch there.
Excellent. Well, maybe what we can do here, Dar, while we're waiting for our guests, is talk about Soulmate Stories a little bit. Sandy, Dar and I are going to chat a little bit about Soulmate Stories, but hang out and thank you. You're always there. Sandy, I think, has attended every video event almost we've ever done.
Awesome.
And every Halloween one. And she's kind of like the informal Ed McMahon.
There we go.
For those of you old enough to remember who that is. But, yes.
Wow.
Yes, yeah.
So we're going to talk a little bit about Soulmate Stories, but in the meantime, thank you, Sandy, for everything. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So it's just you and me, kid.
It's just you and me.
So tell people about Soulmate Stories, what it is, and hopefully what will be for time to come.
Right. Well, we started it because we had always, remarked on our own story of how we met and how so many little things needed to fall into place for us to not only meet, but to be together and then to finally get married. And then we've always had these like little fate, God, whatever you believe in, kind of put us together. And so we thought, well, if we've had those experiences, there has to be a ton of people out there with the same kinds of things. And we're not just talking about, it doesn't have to be romantic love. I mean, just if you have a good friend or, somebody that you just engage with on a different level. Those are the stories that we look for, and we like to put them on the show and talk to them and get to hear them so that they can share their stories. And we've kind of tried some new things too, talking a little bit about our own personal opinions and wants and beliefs. If you do that anymore, I swear. So our last one was about the remote control.
Yeah.
And who hogs it.
Yes.
And you'd be surprised to know it's not Jim.
Just because I have fans doesn't mean I'm a bad guy.
Right. We've talked about toilet paper roll, over, under. That's a big debate in our house. Yep. So
the thing is that, I mean, we have fun with it, but the thing is that just because you're with someone and you feel like you're soulmates doesn't mean that you get along 100% of the time or agree about everything. And I think that's honestly why we see the problem sometimes, as I'm talking about very seriously. Excuse me. The idea that we can't agree, we're not going to agree about everything 100% of the time.
No, we do not.
We have to kind of realize that and deal with it and work through it.
Right.
And sometimes it could be something small like the toilet paper roll, although I think it's a bigger deal for you than it is for me.
Well, because of
well, that's okay.
Because of reasons that will go unsaid. But
anyway, so I think that's a really interesting situation in terms of that you got to take, some disagreements with the good stuff.
Well, that's right. I mean,
no two people agree about everything. No.
And that's life. You're going to have ups, you're going to have downs. You're going to say, oh my God, what is my spouse thinking today? Or, damn it, they didn't take the garbage out, or, I mean, just even the mundane things. But I mean, do you communicate on a different level? Have you met at a different level? I don't know. It's just a deeper kind of relationship, but it doesn't mean, like you said, we're going to agree on everything. We don't.
There you go. Aurora, how are you?
Yay!
Hi. Sorry, we had an impromptu party here tonight. So
awesome. Those are the best kind.
Thank you for
getting to this party.
Do you want to play some trivia?
Sure. I can fail at trivia.
Okay. Well, there you go. All right. Let's see. Let me see if I can find the right one. Okay, here it is. How large was the world's largest pumpkin? By the way, this was in Germany. A, 1,602 pounds, B, 2,624 pounds, C, 487 pounds, or D, 385 pounds.
I'm going to go with B.
You would be right.
Yay!
Hey,
oh, yay!
There you go.
Awesome.
Excellent. Very good. Wow.
Awesome. Yay.
Well, thank you so much for playing. I love this interface, guys. Oh, isn't this so slick?
It is really slick.
Graphics and my fangs. No, but it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. So, Aurora, what spooky topic do you love the most? What's your favorite?
Oh, anything paranormal. I'm really easy. It's just pretty much anything paranormal. Ghost stories, probably more than anything. I like to hear, I big fan of the campfire. I like hearing what other people have experienced, especially since I experience things myself. It's really, really great to hear other people having their experiences and being able to relate to that.
Yeah, I think, the weird thing is that show was just kind of the origin story of that show was just 1 week I didn't have a guest for the paranormal podcast.
Oh,
and
wow.
I said, maybe I'll just have people come on and tell their stories. And well, it kind of worked out.
Kind of worked out really well.
Yeah.
Well, I think, Jim, what makes that so nice is that people can share their stories and know it's a safe environment, that the people who are listening are not making fun of them and not bullying them and saying, oh my God, you're so crazy. And, it's just, it's a safe place to share. And then, like you said, Aurora, being able to relate to others' story and say, oh my gosh, yeah, I went through that too. Or, oh my gosh, I had something similar. So I don't know. I think that's what makes it so enjoyable to listen to and successful.
Yeah. I'm just very thankful that people love it. That's really great. I'm really glad that people enjoy what we do. And Aurora, thank you for all your help. You're a huge help.
Yes, you are.
Oh, you're too kind to me. You're too kind. I love doing it.
Yeah. We really appreciate all your help. Aurora reviews the shows before they go out. She listens to them and says, oh, you left in a piece here that you didn't mean to. It just makes my life a lot easier, because as much as I enjoy doing the shows, listening to it once when you're editing it, that's good. And there's also the tune out factor,
Oh yeah.
When you listen to it too many times, you don't catch stuff you tune out. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for doing everything. I really appreciate it.
Oh, thank you. I enjoy it.
All right. Excellent. Thank you. And have a good night and happy Halloween.
Thanks. You too. I'm going to go back to my party here.
There you go. Have fun.
Have fun. Thanks. There you go. Aurora is great. And let me see if we have any update on our guest. I have not.
Well, in the meantime, Jim, Halloween has become such a huge thing, at least in the States for sure. And just was looking online about some stats, and I couldn't believe that one of them, $8.8 billion is being spent for Halloween this year.
Really?
Yeah. This is according to WalletHub.com. So that's enormous, I think, because I don't think it was like that when we were kids.
Oh no, I don't believe that was the case at all.
No.
So what I'm going to do is, our guest is having an issue calling in.
Oh, no.
So what we're going to do is we're going to try to have him call via phone.
Oh, okay.
And so I'm going to bring the screen up to you for a minute. And
frightening. See, that is frightening, everyone. See, this is the creep-tastic thing that you've been waiting for.
Yes.
Is my face enlarged on the screen.
So now you're going to
scary.
You're going to talk to people for a couple minutes while I send that.
Jason says $1 billion of the dollars was from him for Halloween.
Do you have any other little factoids for us?
Well, there's a whole bunch about how many people dress up their dogs. And I will say that this costume is old, because I'm not buying a new costume for them every year. This is many years old. Huh, Ted? You've been a sailor for many years now. And I'm trying to find 17% of people in the States dress up their dogs or animals, pets. And we have Teddy, who doesn't mind being dressed up, and we have Rambo, who despises it and actually views it as punishment if you put on any kind of sweater or costume, anything on him. So that's what we use to kind of toe the line. We'll say, you'll get the sweater. But 17% of Americans will dress their pets. And Jim will like this. 2 million people will dress as vampires. So he went with the popular choice again this year for costume, which he likes to do, but he says he's not. There we go. Yeah. So let's see.
Well, the thing is that you like pun costumes. I
like to be funny. I don't know. I think I was. Well, was I historical much? No. I don't think I ever went as a historical character. I had one of those old plastic, most of the people here are probably too young to know this, but back in the 70s, they used to have those plastic costumes in a nice little box. And
I got so angry with those things.
Oh, they were horrible. So I had my plastic. I was Mickey Mouse when you're.
Here's
it
why.
looked
Okay, like
nothing
let's
like
take
Mickey
for
Mouse.
instance Mickey Mouse, right?
Yes, right.
Okay, so you're Mickey Mouse, and you got this plastic.
I know what
mask.
you're going to say.
You got this nasty elastic band that breaks. It always
Yes,
breaks right by the eyepiece.
Always breaks. Yep.
Okay, then instead of a Mickey Mouse costume that like mimics what Mickey Mouse would wear, you have a costume that says Mickey Mouse across the front.
Yes.
It's like Mickey Mouse does
and there
not
was a
wear.
picture of his face, and then to make it worse was black and white checks going across the chest. Mickey Mouse doesn't wear black. It looked like you know what it was like, the flag at the Daytona 500, the finish line flag.
Yeah,
that was the check along the thing. It was so stupid. Like, I think you could tell I'm Mickey Mouse. Why do we have to put a big picture of him and write Mickey Mouse? Yes, and the mask would crack and pinch the heck out of your face. Absolutely, Debbie, she's so right.
She's absolutely
hated
right.
those costumes. Yeah. So.
Yeah. Well, I think our guest is here. Jeff, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. We can't see you. I think.
No, that's what I look like.
Yeah.
You look like you, Cam.
You're very round.
Yeah, thank you so much.
He has an eye. He has an eye for these things.
We're having a little bit of problems with the camera situation. It looks like there might be some software in the middle of it's interfering, but we've got your voice. That's all we need, your dulcet tones. How are you tonight?
I'm good, thank you. You know, the funny thing is the little light's on right next to my webcam, so I don't know what to say, but I'm good. Happy Halloween, you guys.
Good. Now, you may want to stay back from the mic. We're getting a little distortion on the mic, too. Not exactly sure what's going on, but that's okay. We'll work through it.
Wow. I think it's a Halloween curse.
It is a Halloween curse. You are the man behind New England Legends. You're an accomplished author, a media personality. And for maybe people that aren't aware of your origin story, explain to us what that is.
So I grew up around haunted places and old history and things like that here in New England. And I've just been kind of steeped in it my whole life. I always wanted to be a writer. And I started writing about ghosts and legends when I was in college, working for local newspapers and magazines and things like that. And it just kind of evolved. It was not a plan. You know, you take one step and then another. And I started writing books, and then I started ghostvillage.com back in 1999, 20 years ago, on a night just like tonight.
A dark and stormy night.
I know. And then one thing led to another. I started writing the show Ghost Adventures on the Travel Channel. And then started my podcast a little over 2 years ago, New England Legends, which is a spinoff of the television series New England Legends that I do for PBS. So I'm just very blessed to be able to do this full time.
Isn't it the coolest thing? It's like the coolest job.
It is. It really is.
Yeah, it is. Now, New England Legends, explain to people, I've been lucky enough to be on a couple of times, and if people are looking at me, look at my phone, I'm actually working on getting a picture of Jeff so we can get that on the screen, but while he's talking. But Jeff, explain to people New England Legends and what it is and how you recreate these great legends from this part of the world, which is just has a ton of them.
Yeah, so thank you, first of all. You've been on a couple episodes now as a voice actor, which is great. And just so people, if you want to peek behind the curtain, I'll email Jim and I'll just say, okay, it's the Revolutionary War, and you're a celebrating drunk of a man. Go with that. And he's like, I got it. I mean, I talk about method acting.
There you go. Well, that's very easy for me.
Yeah, right. Just like he just jumps in, and so what I do is I take true stories, true legends, and I try to find historical documents that back them up. And sometimes there's old newspaper accounts where we've got quotes from various people, and I don't ever want to read those quotes, so we have voice actors do it, and we use sound effects and music. And it's just about 10 to 12 minutes of a story each week, and I'm always writing them. And people now, we've got a pretty good fan base are submitting their own ideas for stories. Like, hey, have you heard about this black dog of Meriden, Connecticut? And I'm like, wow, okay, that's the next thing to look into. And so it's a real community of people that are sharing these stories. And To me, that's the most important part of it. Is that I truly believe if I would preach only one thing, it's that these legends exist for some reason that we have to figure out. It's not up to me. It's not up to you. It's up to the community to kind of keep them around and alive. And we keep talking about them because there's something we still have to reconcile. There's some lesson we haven't learned. There's some unfinished business that we, the living, have. And so we keep talking about these legends and stories. And of course, as we know, history repeats itself. And maybe if we can tell these tales, we'll catch a lesson from the past and maybe, just maybe, have a chance to avoid it in the future. That's the hope anyway.
Well, the thing is that, and we talked about this on the paranormal, because you were on the paranormal podcast not that long ago, about the power of legend. And you used the example of the sad story, the tragic story, the terrible story of the 9/11 attacks. And something like that happened because somebody, you said, believed the legend.
Right. That's right. People are willing to fly into a building because they believed a story. And that's powerful. Right. And I don't mean to imply that religions are legends, but legends are part of religions, and the mythos and the stories and all of that stuff comes together and gets told and retold to the point where, it's tough to really draw the line between what's fact and what's part of the fiction and what's just legend that's grown from something. And when you believe something to be true, it is true for that individual, whether you believe you're cursed. I know, Jim, you and I have talked about that before, where curses have all the power that you give them. If you believe you're cursed, you are cursed. If you believe you're not, then you're likely not. And that's a very powerful experience.
Now, I got to believe your part of the world, as it comes to America, has some of the best legends of any place in the country because you guys have just been around longer.
Well, the land here wasn't made any earlier than the land in Ohio or the land in, things have been weird here for roughly like 14,000 years when people first arrived. And it's been pretty much downhill since. But I think anywhere where the traditions survive, where we pass on a story from one person to another, then it sticks around. In New England, I think two things. Number one, we preserve our history here maybe a little more than other parts of the country. And by example, I mean that, like, when you walk down the main streets of some of our small towns, that's what it looked like 250 years ago. I mean, yeah, now there's more Dunkin' Donuts and there's traffic lights and things like that, but the town hall is the same color and the same place that it was then. The historic homes where people lived then are still there right now and look very similar to the way they did back then. So it's very easy for us to put ourselves into the mindset of the past. We are connected to it visually pretty much at every turn. And so I think we're a little more matter of fact about our ghosts and legends here as well, because it's no big deal, right? It doesn't have to be this show-stopping, oh my goodness, we don't talk about that kind of situation. It can just be like, yeah, that old house is haunted. I've heard that too. Where do you want to get lunch today? It can be that simple.
Now, Jeff, when you go into some of these old places, do you physically feel the history? Because I know we went this summer to England and it was just, you walked in a place and I don't know what it was about the places, but you just felt it. Do you have similar experiences?
Yeah, for sure. I tons of these places. And I'm also the kind of person that before I go there, I want to know what happened. I want to be pretty read up on the history before I get to a building or to a location, so I can look around and go, wow, that's right where this would have happened, or that's right where this, these soldiers would have marched, or whatever it is, because that helps me connect as a person. And I don't consider that a psychic sense or anything like that. I consider that just human empathy, just the ability to connect with another human being, even if that human being isn't necessarily there today. So yeah, you feel that. And I know what you mean about England. I've been fortunate to be there a few times. I remember being at Stratford upon Avon. Yeah.
Yeah, we were there. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I went in front of Billy's house. Bill. Shakespeare. He wrote books too, right? So I was like, oh,
He wrote a few.
He did all right. So I take this selfie in front of William Shakespeare's house, and I'm just like, dude, right? It's just such a moment. Yeah, I'm in front of William Shakespeare's house. Shakespeare, he was right there behind me, somewhere behind me, and you just feel it.
Mark says, Jeff, I grew up in, and I don't know if you can see the comments of what we got.
I can.
Jeff, I grew up in Trumbull, Connecticut, live in Bridgeport now. Love your show.
Oh, thanks. I was in Trumbull just the other night. I was doing I'm on my story tour, and I was at the Trumbull Library, and it was a great evening. We talked about some of the various legends, including the Wicked Witch of Monroe, who is buried in Trumbull, by the way, and that's a great story about this woman named Hannah Cranach, who died in the 1800s, and she was considered a witch because she didn't have any children, and her husband died when she was still pretty young. And back then, a woman without children or a husband, and who didn't get remarried, pretty much became a ward of the town, and it was up to the community to take care of her. And they didn't like it. People don't like having to take care of someone that they didn't plan on taking care of. And so she would use her witchy reputation to get the things she needed. So, for example, if it was your job, Jim, to bring her firewood, and you would bring her some of the crap wood you had left over, and she would look at you and she'd say, "I will put a hex on your family if you don't get me more firewood." And when you believe her, Jim, you get back there and you get some more firewood, and you bring her, the good stuff, and you stack it high, and you make sure she has plenty for the winter. And she did what she needed to do to survive, and she didn't mind being called a witch to do it. So she just used it. She dressed in black, and by the time she died, she had this one final curse. She wanted to be carried in her coffin all the way to the cemetery. And to this day, Hannah Cranach's headstone is the closest to the road, right there in Gregory Four Corners burial ground. And it's this white headstone. It's very clean. And especially if you're driving at night, your headlights hit it. Like it sticks out among all these other old headstones. And her ghost is said to still haunt the place and still be bothering people all these years later. So that's right there in Trumbull.
Yeah, Mark says Hannah was a big story for us when we were kids. Now, I'm going to ask you this. I know I've asked you this question before, but I'll ask it again. In your opinion, are ghosts real?
Yes. Yeah, they are. I can't define them for you. I used to be able to, which is funny. When we started talking, Jim, way back in 2005, when I was one of your first guests, I had all kinds of elaborate definitions for that. And I've thrown them all out. I've tossed them all. Because I think, but I think the fact that there is a word for it is quite powerful if you think about that. There's a word, ghost. If I say ghost, then we have some understanding of what I'm talking about. And there's a word for that in every language, and there's an understanding of it in every culture. They're in biblical texts, they're in other religious books that turn up in legends and lore and history books and so on. And so, yes, to say they're not real is impossible. Right? I mean, well, there's a word for it. Of course it's real. It's in the dictionary. I mean, that in itself is a form of reality. I also believe, because I've had experiences that I can't explain with any other word, and I'm a writer. I try to find the right word to match the right experience. And man, I've had a few things happen where I go, look, if that's not a ghost, then what is it? Right? What would cause this person to be there and then not be there? In a time when, believe me, when something weird happens around me, I'm the first one to want to figure it out. I'm the very first one to say, like, okay, what could have caused this? Is there a breeze? Is there some kind of vacuum created that slammed that door or whatever? But when I can't figure it out, those are the moments I live for.
What about vampires?
Yes, I've seen one. I see one right now. I mean, you can't see me.
I think I'm going to actually do that thing that witch did. I'm going to just walk around like this and give me some firewood.
Do you want to talk about vampires? Because we got vampires in New England.
Tell us about a vampire other than me.
Other than you, we've got Mercy Brown down in Exeter, Rhode Island, And she was considered one of the last vampires of New England, 1892, which when you say 1800s, it sounds like olden times, but 1892 is not exactly the Dark Ages. I mean, there was all kinds of newspaper reporting and things like that. So this was also a time for tuberculosis. And tuberculosis is a plague. It wipes out families and communities and so on. And the Brown family had been hit quite hard. Mercy's mother had died first, and then her older sister had died, and then her brother Edwin had gotten ill, and they sent him out to Colorado to think that the dry air would help him with his health. And then Mercy gets sick and she dies, and her poor father is just so distraught. He's lost his whole family, and the old timers say, "Look, in folklore, there's a solution for this. You have a vampire among you. There's a vampire. You just got to figure out who it was." Mercy died in the winter, and she was placed into a keep, which is a little stone building on the side of cemeteries, because that's what you do in northern climates. You put bodies in keeps until the spring when the ground thaws and you can dig graves again. And so she was kept in there, and they checked on her 3 months later. It's March, and the body had moved. And it looked too well preserved. Now, of course, it's the winter. She's going to be well preserved. She's practically frozen. But the body had moved, so her heart was surgically removed from her chest. It was burned on a rock, and the ashes were fed to her brother Edwin in an effort to break the spell, because they said Mercy must be the vampire, considering she hasn't decomposed. They found liquid blood in the heart, and she's obviously been moving, and that made the papers. The Providence Journal wrote it up saying, "Look, what are these crazy bumpkins down in southern Rhode Island doing?" And what they were doing was a desperate measure. And you can say this sounds absolutely insane, and what kind of family man would ever do this? But if you have children and you heard there was a 1 in a million shot of saving your dying child by this ludicrously insane means, you'd do it. I think any one of us would do it. I mean, you go to faith healers, whatever. I'm out of medical science doesn't have an answer for me, and I don't want to lose my kid. And I think that's a really powerful experience for people.
Now, when you want to put meat on the bones of these old stories, I mean, it's not like you can go and talk to eyewitnesses. Maybe you can talk to people who've experienced things, but you can't go back and talk to that father and why he did what he did or whatever. So how do you go about that, the research process to fill these stories out?
So in that case, there are the newspaper accounts, which I mentioned, but then there's also family journals in some cases where they talked about, or letters written in the community, even from one neighbor to another, where you can kind of get your hands on some of those stories and learn and give you'll never know, like you said, you're never going to get in the head unless someone explicitly wrote an essay about why they did something. But through letters from neighbors, through newspaper accounts, you can start to get a picture. And the picture I got on that one in particular is that this is just a desperate man. He was not crazy. He was not, he was not prone to superstition. And then I thought about my mother. My mother's best friend had beaten breast cancer once before, and she got it again. And it was bad. Stage 4, really bad. And being a devout Catholic, she asked my mother to take her to Lourdes, France, to be dipped in the water because she believed she would get a miracle. And my mother, had to bring her in a wheelchair. This woman's brother was a priest, so he went with them and used that collar for everything they needed. Got them all the way to Lourdes, dipped her in this freezing cold water, and she came home and she still passed away. So, but this was an example of someone saying, this is a long shot, but we're going to take all the time and expense to go all the way to France just to try to get this miracle. And I'm like, is that any different than what Mercy Brown's father did? Is it really? I mean, at the end of the day, it's you were still grasping for something that was a miracle long shot. And the thing is, that old folklore cure of burning the heart and feeding the ashes to someone has worked before, right? That's the worst part, is that it only has to work once. And you could say, the skeptics out there might say, well, that person was going to get better anyway. that person was on the mend,
Right.
and you gave them the ashes, and whether you did or didn't, they were still going to get better. Maybe so, or maybe, the placebo effect or whatever. But the fact is, it only has to work once, and then everybody's going to try it because there's nothing to lose.
Yeah, makes sense. Do you have a story? Well, we have a question from Jason. Jeff, have you visited the Bell Witch Farm in Adams, Tennessee? Truly one of the creepiest places he's ever visited.
Yeah, Jason, we filmed Ghost Adventures there a few seasons ago. And when I do programs and stuff in front of live audiences, sometimes people ask the question, can ghosts hurt you? Right. And I usually say, like, well, no, not usually. We don't have too many cases of that. But once in a while, or could a ghost kill you? And the Bell Witch, of course, is that one lone exception where you go, well, if you believe the story, the Bell Witch is the first ghost that I'm aware of who's actually killed someone. If you believe the story, if you believe the legend. And yeah, there's a huge creep factor there because it's also so well documented in the history and in the newspaper accounts and things like that. And also what happens too is that in cases like this, these ghosts can become scapegoats as well, right? Where anything that went wrong, you blame it on the ghost or the witch and not bad luck or maybe something even more sinister from a living person. But yeah, that's in Tennessee there, that is a really great story. It was made into a movie, of course, with Donald Sutherland, right? Wasn't he
I think so.
Yeah. So I remember that being a pretty good horror movie as well.
Speaking of horrors, I'm wiping the drool off my mouth. Anyhow, Jeff's stories are just so good. I'm just like agog and just drooling.
There you go.
Are there any humorous stories that you run across?
Oh my God, so many. There's so many that I think sometimes. So a good legend sticks out, right? It sticks out either because it tugs at your heartstrings, or you relate to it, or it makes you sad, or it scares you, right? Sometimes where there's a cautionary tale in there, or they're funny. They're funny, and you want to pass that story along. I did a story just this past summer about a apple tree that ate a man.
Oh yes, yeah. Tell that one if you don't mind. If you
No, I don't mind.
That's a great one. That's a great one.
So, and not just any man, by the way. The apple tree ate Roger Williams, who is the founder of the state of Rhode Island.
Oh my gosh!
And when I started digging in on that, it turns out that's 100% accurate. It's completely true. So Roger Williams, by the time he died in the 1680s, he'd had a colorful life. He founded Providence. He was a governor of Rhode Island. He watched Rhode Island burn to the ground in the King Philip's War, watched it rebuilt. And by the time he died in the 1680s, I don't imagine his funeral was all that well attended. He was buried in a small family plot in downtown Providence. Now, Roger Williams had this radical idea that there should be a wall of separation between church and state. And when he died, everybody was just like, okay, well, that's the end of him. But 100 years later, these guys are in a room writing the U.S. Constitution and the Bill of Rights, and they say, hey, that idea from Roger Williams, the idea of the separation of church and state, that's a good idea. Let's put this in here. And so suddenly back in Rhode Island, the folks are starting to feel a little bit proud of this guy. They're like, hey, not only is he the founder of our state, but he had a hand in the U.S. Constitution. 100 years earlier, he was a patriot and an American before there even was a thought about patriotism in America. And so fast forward to 1860 specifically, and the Rhode Island Historical Society says, let's dig him up. Let's get him a real memorial because we're going to name zoos after this guy and colleges and parks and all kinds of things. And so they go and they know right where he's buried, and they go to the family plot, and there's the old apple tree, and they start digging, and they discover that the apple tree's roots had grown right into his casket, and gone down the length of his body and had sucked up all the nutrients of his rotting corpse and turned them into blossoms and fruit on the apple tree. And the newspaper account says, and I quote, those apples must have been eaten by a multitude of people, from neighbors to marauding boys who stole the apples. And the local philosophers have asked the question, who ate Roger Williams, right? And so the Rhode Island Historical Commission didn't miss a beat. They cut out that tree root. They took the last remaining pieces of Roger Williams, little bone fragments and teeth, and brought it all back to their museum. And today the tree root is on display in the museum right in Providence. And it's just and you go, that's the tree that ate Roger Williams. And it's all true.
Oh my gosh.
That is such a great story.
I like that story.
It's silly, it's ludicrous, and it's funny, so you remember it.
I do want to say we got a last opportunity here to play video trivia. So if you come on board, we will give you a chance to win. So hopefully you'll join us. We got about 20 minutes left. You kind of got to this before. The idea that you had one idea about a ghost when you started, and you have a different idea now, maybe. How have your beliefs and your attitudes evolved over the last 20 years about this stuff?
I believe in it more than ever, and I believe in it on a philosophical level, on a metaphysical level. I believe in it on a personal level. And I think that these stories are more important than maybe a lot of people think, because this is the stuff that actually, and maybe now more than ever, right? I've joked, but I think I mean it when I say, I think a ghost story can save the world. We are in such a divided time where we're getting so tribal about our politics and about everything from our sports teams to which political party are you and all this other stuff. We are just looking for ways to divide each other, and there's one thing that unifies all of us, right? We're all going to die, every one of us.
Yep, I say it all the time.
Yeah, and it's every one of us. And so one of the irony is that by spending 20 years exploring dead things, exploring old cemeteries and old haunted buildings and castles and battlefields and all this other stuff, not only have I felt alive, but I've considered quite a bit how I want to live my life and how I want to be remembered and the legacy I want to leave behind, because I spend all my days looking at the legacies of different people, the famous and the infamous, right? And so I think these stories are important because I've discovered that I can go into a room full of people who all voted for different candidates, and who have strong opinions about how things should be, and who, if they started talking to each other, would not get along.
Right.
And we can tell. Right. Yeah, and we can tell these stories, and suddenly everyone can go, and you don't have to believe it. It's okay. You can say, well, there's no such thing as ghosts, but I do like to hear about that thing that bumps in the night over there, and that's it's just a story. Fine. If you need it to be just a story, it can be just a story. Other people can connect to it on a deeper level, but every one of us, it hits some nerve because it gets inside, and there's this one little piece that goes maybe, just maybe, and then you tell it to someone else, and this thing goes from one person to another, and that's how it stays alive. I don't think ghosts exist in a vacuum. I do think they exist because of people, and because we need them and we keep them around. We summon them, if you will. We summon grandma and grandpa when we need them, right? Even though they've been gone for 20 years for some of us, we think about them, and they're back in our hearts. They're back in our minds. The lessons they taught us are very real and tangible in us as individuals. And that's just on a family connection. We can go to historic sites and summon the spirits of soldiers that were there long ago and fought valiantly, and we can summon the spirits of people that were murder victims and murderers and all that stuff, because we haven't quite reckoned with the world we live in, and these stories have played out before. And I think that it's important that we take them seriously, that we appreciate them, that we love them, that we share them, and that's really how my own mission has evolved.
Yeah, and I think that's so important. I mean, I know on the shows, I'm guessing you take a similar tack, is I won't do politics because I want to get to this place where we're talking about something that is a commonality and we can all agree that we're interested on, as you said, whether you're a skeptic or you're a believer, whatever it is. And this is one place that we don't have to talk about politics.
No,
We can
and that's
do
why I'm
plenty of
voting for you
places
for
to do
president, Jim.
That should be your campaign photo right there.
You got
It's
my
gonna be
vote.
huge, huge. Well, actually, I'm going to ask Sandy, who is one of our faithful listeners. She's waiting here in the video green room, and see if she has a question. Sandy, do you have a question for Jeff?
No, I don't. Yes, I don't. But I adore you. I think you're a hoot and you're fantastic. And I can't. I just can't keep anything.
We're having a little trouble hearing Sandy, but the one thing I'll say about her, first of all, she is a great supporter. And secondly, I'll say if you give her an inch, she'll take a foot. But
I see the foot. I see the foot on her shoulder.
There you go. Okay, well, thank you, Sandy, for
Jim,
everything.
Hector says
you.
they have enough vampires in Washington, so you cannot be president.
Bloodsuckers.
No president for you, Jim. No.
No, but you're right, Jim. And you know, the other thing too is that I think about this on my own social media and the stuff that I do. Hey, man, I pay attention too, and I have my own vote, and I will vote. And my vote is kind of none of your business. And quite frankly,
right.
when I'm on social media and stuff like that, people just aren't looking to me for political insight.
Right.
you know?
Look at me, I'm so serious. I mean,
like let me
look at me for because look at my room here and everything.
No, they're right. They're looking for me for ghost stories and legends and odd history, and that's great. And maybe I'm their escape from that stuff, and I don't ever want to ruin that. So yeah, by all means, like that's what I stick to. I don't ever want to junk it up with shoot, man. You and I have talked football, and you know who my favorite football team is. I can't even say that because it's the team that everybody hates, and that's
all
polarizing.
I can say is when I watch tomorrow, I'll be like this.
Oh, that's right.
It's tomorrow.
My team plays your team tomorrow.
I mean, are we really going to watch, Jim?
I actually have to go to my daughter's play, thankfully, so I'll miss that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That'll be a bloodbath. Are you sure you could have a big snack?
Oh, I could dine on that. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh man. But you know what I mean? Like you that's the other thing. Like you can mention a sports team and suddenly you're alienating people.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I don't want to do that. I'm like, look, I don't. It's fine. I understand people hating that team. It's okay. It's all right.
You've been a lot of places considering what it is that you do, and then you've done the work with Ghost Adventures and the TV shows and so forth. My question is, what place have you been that freaked you out the most?
Man, I'm going to say the catacombs of Paris, France. That was my first ghost experience. And of course, I had that happen surrounded by like literally 1 million human skeletons. And so that's the kind of thing that, and I was alone the first time that happened. And I'm down there in these tunnels and I see this shadow the size of a man go from the right side to the left and back. And I just froze. And I also just had this like extreme case of the willies, being surrounded by all these bones and skulls and so on. And it was really, it was a freaky experience. That being said, I did go back. I went back. My wife and I went back together a few years later, and I took her down there. And I'm like, I took her right to. I'm like, this is it. This is the hallway, and I'm here. Let's go. I'm ready. Let's do it again. And sadly, nothing happened that second time. But that's a place that did freak me out. It just had all the elements. You're 30 meters below the city, so if it collapses, you're absolutely going to die, no question. You're surrounded by death. There's bones that have, and every one of these people, by the way, have been displaced. Right, their eternal resting place was dug up, and they were brought down here. And then you've got all this humanity around you, and man, oh man, and then it's haunted. So that was one place that definitely freaked me out.
We're going to get to AJ. AJ has, maybe we can get AJ to do some trivia for us. Debbie wants to know, first of all, she wanted to know where she can find you online. And then she also said, I find New England legends so fascinating. since I learned my 8th great-grandfather came to this country through New England, which is probably the case for many, many people.
Yeah, well,
So,
8th great grandfather. Yeah, you're talking back to like the Puritan days. So I mean, that's sure.
Yeah. And people can find you just we're going to mention this again at the end, but people can find you at jeffbelanger.com, right?
Right. That's all things that I do. You can find there on my website. I'm on social media. I'm on iTunes and Stitcher and all that other stuff too. So happy to connect wherever.
Okay. AJ is with us. AJ, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
How are you tonight? Thank you for joining us.
Very good.
Would you like to play some trivia?
I would love to.
Okay. Well, let's do that. Let me pull up one of the last questions here. All right, here we go. Which country did Vlad Dracula once rule? Transylvania, Romania, Sokovia, Russia? And the fun fact is he's still considered a hero there. Which country would that be, AJ?
B, Romania.
Oh, AJ.
Yay, she made it. She did it.
Oh,
Congratulations.
Yay. Thank you.
Excellent. And I think you're our final winner for tonight. You're gonna get a Campfire Kindle book, 1 Campfire t-shirt, 1 copy of Hornbeam Hollow, that kids book that we were talking about. So well done by Chris Miners. And congratulations to you. And please email me at jim@jimherald.com and we will work out the details. Okay.
Great. Thank you so much.
Make sure you send that email because we can't get it to you unless you do. So please do. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Jim.
And do you have a question for Jeff since you're joining us now?
I do. It's not an original question by any means, but have you
Neither
had
am mine.
have you had anything follow you home or giving you any trouble that you could not get rid of?
So I did have something follow me home once. It was a strange experience. We were at the Victorian Mansion in Gardner, Massachusetts, which is a place where Ghost Hunters is filmed and Ghost Adventures has filmed. And this was before the shows. And the owners at the time had taken me through the house and told me all kinds of crazy stories that they've experienced, from like a little boy's ghost, and the wife felt like she was being attacked. A man had burned to death in one of the rooms. So many stories. And the perhaps the most minor story that I was told that night is that the homeowner said sometimes when he and his wife are in bed, they'll feel something shake the foot of the bed. Like they're just like 2 hands on the mattress, just shaking the foot of the bed. And I went, oh, okay, whatever. And I went home that night and I'm asleep and I wake up and my mattress is shaking. And my house is very much not haunted, right? It was built in 1996. And so I was asleep and I said, all right, I dreamt that. Obviously this thing was kicking around in my head. It was just a few hours ago. And I take a deep breath, I calm down, and the shaking starts again. And I'm totally awake, and I'm pushing my wife and I'm like, are you moving? Are you doing something? And she's like, oh, what? And she's sound asleep. So I'm just laying there awake, like, holy crap, my daughter was really young at the time. And I'm like, I bring this on myself. I'm out here doing this, but they don't deserve this. Not my child down the hall. And, oh no, what's going to happen? And that was actually the beginning, middle, and end of it, right? It just, those 2 times, it didn't happen again. But I was like, wow, that was just a few hours ago. I heard that story at this place and it just happened to me here. But that was the only time. Thankfully, that's the worst of it.
Well, AJ, thank you so much. Great question.
Yes.
Great story, Jeff. Thank you, AJ. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Jim, can I ask you one question?
Sure.
You interview so many people from a wide, variety of topics. In like your own personal interest of doing a deep dive or talking to somebody about a subject matter that maybe really creeps you out, have you had anything weird happen in the studio or any EVPs or anything in your house that was unexplainable?
I've done anything, but Jar said one time, was it the gift wrap story?
Yeah, I went upstairs. I went upstairs to go wrap, and maybe you did bring somebody, Jim, because it was.
Who knows? I talked to a lot of people.
Very, very weird. I had 3 rolls of like gift wrap, and I was going to go upstairs in our bedroom to wrap a present, and it was, it was dark. I didn't bother turning on a light, and as soon as I was heading into the bedroom, something was tugging at one of the rolls out of my hand, and I thought one of my kids was playing a little joke on me, and I'm like, what are you doing? And I turned the light on, there was no one there. So it was freaky.
Yeah,
Oh,
and the
yeah,
thing is that I've had experience, but there, and I will want to get to Mark before we close out here, give him a chance to ask a question. But AJ, I've had some reaffirming experiences and like some almost premonition or kind of experience, but nothing like scary, spooky, and I'm okay with that. Well, AJ, thank you so much for watching, for participating. Send me that email so we can Jim at
And what was your email
jimharold.com.
again?
Say again?
What was your email again?
Jim at jimharold.com.
Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Thank you so much, AJ. You have a great night. Happy Halloween to you. We're going to get to Mark here. Mark, how are you tonight?
Hey, how you doing? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Do you have a question?
Great.
Do you have a question for Jeff?
Well, I just have to say I discovered the show, maybe about a month or two ago. And I forget who, I think I was listening to, maybe you're on Astonishing Legends, I guess. And no, I just, I was fascinated. First of all, you lived, a town over from me.
Yeah.
And so I started listening to your show, you and Ray, and it's terrific. I'm really enjoying it.
Thank you.
A lot of stories I didn't know around here I knew New England had a lot of ghost stories, but a lot of legends and stuff I didn't know. And it's a great show. I'm really loving the show. And,
Thank you.
Jim, I must have discovered maybe back in maybe in the spring your show. And I've been listening to both Campfire and Paranormal Podcast, and I'm a Plus member as well.
Thank you so much.
And
Thank you.
I've really been enjoying the shows, and they're entertaining, and I always love. I was born on Halloween.
There you go. Happy birthday.
Happy almost birthday, Mark.
Thank you. So I always love the spooky and UFOs and aliens, or I love that stuff. So thanks for what you do. Thanks all you guys for what you do. Thank you very much.
Thank you for listening and supporting us, and really appreciate the kind words. Thank you so much, and happy birthday and happy Halloween.
Thank you. Same to you. Happy Halloween.
Yeah, right on.
Well, Jeff, I think we've done it. I went a little technical glitch there, but boy, great stories. We fought through it and persevered. That's what we do. And
yeah, you should have seen my costume too. It was just epic. I mean,
this is actually a picture of your costume. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, no, it's. I am only saying that because I couldn't get my web camera to work. But just imagine the most amazing costume you've ever seen, and that's what I'm wearing right now.
The theater of the mind.
Theater of the mind. Yes, it's complicated. It lights up. It spins around. There's so much going on.
Yeah,
there you go.
Well, please reiterate to people where they can find the podcast, find everything you do. I know you've got book projects you may be working on in the future. I can't say anything.
I know.
Just tell us where to find everything, where to go, what to get.
Yeah, jeffbelanger.com. That's where all my stuff is, and you can find me on Twitter and Instagram and Facebook, and I'm always happy to connect with people that way as well. And I'm really proud to be part of a community that shares these stories with you guys, Jim and Dar, and I know you're doing your part too, and it's important, and I think it's a noble cause, and I respect people that have been doing it longer than 2 weeks. And that certainly includes you guys, and so so thank you guys for all being on this ride with me. I appreciate it.
Very good. Well, thank you, Jeff Belanger. Good night, happy Halloween, and look forward to hearing many, many more legends from you. Thanks again, Jeff.
Awesome.
Thank you, guys. Happy Halloween.
You too.
Well, and we got 2 minutes to go. I think we can do 2 minutes.
Look at Louisa saw an old bearded man in black and white in her fan in her bedroom. That's freaky. To me, that's freaky.
That is.
I don't think I like that too well.
I'm going to say some quick good nights here. Sandy, good night. Thank you.
Yes, Sandy.
Happy Halloween to you.
Happy Halloween. Thank you so much for all
Yes.
being there for us. I appreciate it.
Great support.
Thank you.
And Doug stayed here till the end.
Oh,
Doug, thank you. Good night.
Yeah, but Micah.
There we go. His mic's on.
Well, just good night. Happy Halloween. Thanks for
Yes.
sticking around.
Happy
okay?
Halloween to you too.
Yes. Everyone
All
have
right,
a
thank you,
safe
sir.
one.
Everyone have a safe one. Just a quick note, Dar. Just want to say
Yes.
to everybody, thank you for all your support. We have this conversation from time to time with each other. We have such great listeners, so generous, allow me to do this full time, which I'm forever grateful for, and support me with projects like this and just all around. I mean, I think tonight I was looking at the comments and we probably had several hundred people come through here tonight. We have one person who had some negative comments and he was obviously a troll. That's it. I mean, that's remarkable.
Great community. A
It's a
great
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 community.
group of people. And everyone's just so nice. I just know from the people that call in for Soulmate Stories, just really genuinely nice people. And I just you're so blessed to have them, I think.
Yeah, I
You know,
think so
support
too. I
you
know
and
so.
support us.
Yep, you certainly do it. So I thank you for everything that you do, for tuning into the podcasts. For those of you who are Plus members, if you buy a T-shirt, or a sticker, that means a lot because not so much, yeah, we make a little money on, but you're promoting the shows. Just showing your support and always being for us, always having like a nice email. I have a tough day, and really, believe me, a tough day in this job is an easy day at a lot of jobs. And then I'll get a comment, well, your show meant this to me, and it means so much to us. So
Tremendously. It means a lot to Jim. I know just firsthand. He'll come in the other room and come out of the studio for a moment. He's just, he's overwhelmed and has so much, and he get an email from you guys with just saying thank you, or you helped me get through this, or it was just wonderful to listen to you, and that just really helps keep him going on the rough days.
And some examples, Matt said, oh my God, I'm sorry you got the times wrong. I got the times wrong in New Zealand. I actually want to cry. Don't worry, we'll do more of it. It'll be on archive too. Thank you, Matt, and happy Halloween to you. Debbie said she blocked the trolls, so no problems with that. Way to go, Debbie. Thank you. And Nick Hop 25 says Jim is such a class act and Dar is simply adorable. So there you go.
No. That's very sweet. I don't think I'm adorable, but thank you.
Oh, you are.
Aw.
And you're adorable too out there. Thank you so much for being a part of the show tonight. And somebody said, hey, maybe we ought to do this for Christmas.
Ooh, I'd like that.
You never know. You never know.
We're big Christmas freaks.
That's right. I'm just a freak in general.
Well, we know that, but do your move. There you go. Please don't do that after this is over.
Good night. Happy Halloween. Thanks for being a part
Bye,
of
everyone.
the 2019 Halloween video party.
Thank
Stay
you.
spooky. Bye-bye.
Bye.